Hello.
たびたび申し訳ありません。ヘッドフォンの説明をさせていただきます。青いヘッドフォンですが、横にオンとオフのスイッチがあるので、オンにしていただきます。
Hello.
前にボタンがあるのでボリュームアップとダウンができるのでよろしくお願いします。こちらの黒い方のヘッドフォンご使用の方は、上にオンとオフのスイッチがあります。青いヘッドフォンのスイッチは横にあります。黒いヘッドフォンのスイッチは上にあります。よろしくお願いします。
Check. Check. Check.
খালি নেই, তাহলে ইন্টারন্যাশনাল ব্লগ কিভাবে করব? এই হোটেলের ভিডিও অনলাইনে মিলিয়ন মিলিয়ন ভিউ হয়ে গেল।
আরে ভিডিও করুন না।
5 স্টার সার্ভিস না দেখাতে পারলে
নেগেটিভ
তো
রিভিউ আমাকে রয়্যাল স্যুটটা কমপ্লিমেন্টারি করে দাও।
মাসালা মিল্ক ও পিৎজার সাথে থিন অ্যান্ড ক্রাঞ্চি বিস ক্লাব ফিট বিস্কিট, যখন তখন ইটিং, যেখানে সেখানে ফিট ইন।
হ্যালো 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 এখন আসছে সাউন্ড এই যে হ্যালো হ্যালো একটু কেউ কি হ্যালো 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 চেক 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 হ্যালো চেক হ্যালো 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 মাইক্রোফোন টেস্ট হ্যালো 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 শোনা যাচ্ছে কিন্তু হ্যালো 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 ঠিক আছে
হ্যালো Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, respected guests, dignitaries, and esteemed investors from around the globe. A very warm welcome to the Foreign Investors Summit 2025, Bangladesh Capital Market, hosted by BRAC EPL Stock Brokerage Ltd. Today, we gather under the theme, Bangladesh Capital Market, an unsung story of growth and opportunities. I would like to request Mr. Saiful Islam, President, DSE Brokers Association of Bangladesh, Director, BRAC EPL Stock Brokerage Ltd, and Mr. Ahsanur Rahman, Chief Executive Officer of BRAC EPL Stock Brokerage Ltd, to kindly welcome our chief guest, Dr. Anisuzzaman Chowdhury, Special Assistant to the Chief Advisor and Chairman, Capital Market Development Committee, on stage. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I would also like to welcome to our special guests on stage, Mr. Mohammad Mohsin Chowdhury, Commissioner, Bangladesh Securities and Exchange Commission, on stage. Mr. Mominul Islam, Chairman, Dhaka Stock Exchange PLC, and Mr. A.K.M. Habibur Rahman, Chairman, Chittagong Stock Exchange PLC, and Ms. Faima Chowdhury, Chairperson, BRAC EPL Stock Brokerage Ltd, to kindly come on stage and be seated. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being present today. This session is going to be chaired and moderated by Mr. Saiful Islam, Director, BRAC EPL Stock Brokerage Ltd. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and good morning. Welcome to the Foreign Investor Summit 2025. We'll open the floor by hearing from some of the key leaders shaping Bangladesh capital market landscape. They bring unique experience and perspective, and we are honored to have them with us today. To start, I would like to invite Mr. Ahsanur Rahman, Chief Executive Officer of BRAC EPL Stock Brokerage Ltd, to deliver the welcoming speech. Mr. Rahman brings over 17 years of experience in Bangladesh capital market with an extensive background in brokerage operations, settlement, foreign investment, and building a strong relationship with both domestic and international investors. Under his leadership, BRAC EPL has strengthened its position as a leading gateway for foreign portfolio investment in Bangladesh. Mr. Rahman, for setting the tone for today's discussion and welcoming all our participants. Over to you.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everyone. Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Anisuzzaman Chowdhury, Special Assistant to the Chief Advisor, His Excellency, Dr. Abdullah Zafar bin Abiya, Ambassador of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, esteemed delegates from Japan and all around the world, respected politicians, industry leaders, government officials, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great privilege for me, on behalf of BRAC EPL Stock Brokerage Ltd, to welcome all of you to Bangladesh Foreign Investors Conference 2025. We are deeply honored by the presence of chief guests whose leadership and vision truly inspires us. We are equally privileged to host His Excellency Dr. Abdullah Zafar bin Abiya, a distinguished friend of Bangladesh whose support strengthens our global partnerships. We are especially pleased to welcome Mr. Takao Hiroshe and Ruchi Desai, both of whom have been a great believer in the Bangladesh growth story. Of course, we'd like to welcome our Japanese delegates. Your presence here speaks volume about your interest and confidence in Bangladesh's future. Over the course of the day, you will hear from industry leaders, policymakers, and investment experts. The discussions and sessions have been designed to be both useful and interesting, giving you a practical insights into Bangladesh markets and its opportunities. Beyond the presentation, I encourage you to make most of the networking breaks, explore new ideas, and connect with people who can turn possibilities into real projects. I hope you enjoyed the sessions and discussions to come. I thank you once again and welcome to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Hassan. Next, I would like to welcome Mr. Mohsin Chaudhary, Commissioner of Bangladesh Securities and Exchange Commission, to deliver his opening speech. Mr. Chaudhary has played a pivotal role in strengthening regulatory oversight and market development. He currently oversees crucial functions, including market intelligence, investigations, and market intermediate affairs division to create a transparent and robust investment environment for all market participants. And he brought more than 35 years of experience working with the government and retired as the secretary. Mr. Mohsin Chaudhary.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Chief Guest, esteemed speakers, distinguished investors, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and very good morning to you all. It is both an honor and privilege to address this distinguished gathering at the Foreign Investors Summit 2025, convened at a crucial juncture of Bangladesh economic evolution. I extend my sincere thanks and gratitude to BRAC EPL Stock Brokerage Ltd for providing a timely and vital platform to explore the pivotal role of our capital market, a dynamic yet underappreciated engine of sustainable development. Today, I stand before you not as a commissioner of Bangladesh Securities and Exchange Commission, but as a representative of market in transition and emerging frontier of untapped potential that is increasingly aligning itself with the imperative of global finance, innovation, and inclusive growth. Over the past decade, Bangladesh has registered an average GDP growth of 6.5%, driven by a blend of export dynamism, demographic dividend, consumption-led demand, and a robust remittance flow from over 10 million expatriates working globally. Despite global headwinds, including supply chain disruptions and inflationary pressures, Bangladesh has remained resilient. Over the years, the Bangladesh capital market is evolving from a retail-driven arena to an increasingly institutional, technology-oriented, and rule-based financial ecosystem. We have undertaken a series of deliberate and decisive structural and regulatory reforms with a long-term vision, such as strengthened corporate disclosures via IFRS-based reporting, risk-based supervision, and mandatory XBRL filings, launched new asset classes including real estate investment trust, green and sustainability linked bonds, sukuk, but venture capital funds, planned derivatives market besides equities. Finance enhanced enforcement through risk-based inspection and strict compliance monitoring. Introduced investor grievance redress system, advanced market surveillance, and financial literacy initiatives for ensuring country-wide financial literacy and investors awareness program. We are planning to involve our district and Upazila administration as our focal point. And we have established a link of investors education program in the websites of various government departments. In line with the directives of Honorable Chief Advisor, Dr. Professor Muhammad Yunus, BSEC has undertaken initiative to increase the depth of capital market by uploading shares of top performing state-owned and multinational companies, incentivizing non-listed firms to go public, and encouraging large borrowers to raise funds through equity and bonds instead of depending on banks only. BSEC is reforming key regulations like margin rules, mutual fund rules, initial public offering, and related rules and regulations, especially prescribed by the Capital Market Reform Task Force, along with the suggestion made by them on short, medium, and long-term basis. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to draw the kind attention of our valued and respected foreign portfolio investors. Bangladesh capital market offers a compelling value proposition for foreign portfolio investments, underpinned by greater political stability. We know the next elections time has already been announced, a projected $1 trillion economy by 2040 or earlier with faster growth. Diversification beyond textile into infrastructure, pharmaceuticals, IT and energy sectors, rising urbanization and robust domestic demand driving corporate earnings. Advanced market infrastructure, including CDBL, CCBL, SME platform, and ATB platforms. Policy continuity, liberal capital repatriation, and tax incentives for foreign investors. Alignment with ESG, environmental, social, and governance principles, and sustainable finance trends. Each of these elements contributes to a stable and attractive investment climate. We invite institutional investors, fund managers, private equity firms, and sovereign wealth funds to explore Bangladesh not only as a destination for returns, but as a long-term development partners. In fine, let me conclude by saying BSEC stands as a partner to progress, not just a regulator, but as facilitator and an enabler of capital formation, of corporate transparency and investor confidence. I look forward to the conversations that will be unfold throughout the day, and I thank you once again for your presence and participation. Let us seize the moment together. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. We deeply appreciate your remarks and sharing your thoughts on the regulatory priorities. Now we'd like to hear from Mr. Mominul Islam, Chairman of the Dhaka Stock Exchange. Mr. Islam brings 25 years of diverse experience in both global and domestic finance. He previously had an extensive career in IPDC, a leading non-banking financial institution, before which he gained experience in American Express Bank and Standard Chartered Bank. Additionally, Mr. Islam was the chairman of Bangladesh Leasing and Finance Companies Association, BLFCA, from 2020 to 22. Mr. Mominul Islam.
Good morning. The capital market of Bangladesh is changing. In last month, July 2025, the DSC General Index gained 15%, the highest amongst all the stock exchanges on the globe. We have seen several factors working in favor of the current strong market momentum. Firstly, the strong commitment from the government in the capital market affairs, which remained absent in the last few decades. We have seen even the chief advisor sat with the market stakeholders to identify key priorities for the development of the capital market. We are blessed to have the special assistant to chief advisor, Dr. Anisuzzaman, who is working relentlessly with us to ensure that the pain points or the bottlenecks that we have in the capital market can be removed. In the last budget, we have seen several incentives have been accorded for the capital market, notably the spread between corporate tax of listed versus non-listed companies has been increased to 7.5%. The advance income tax on turnover that has been reduced significantly. We have seen also the capital gain tax for individual for capital gain over 5 million taka now has been reduced to 15%. We are seeing the key issues of Bangladesh capital market, the governance issue. Bangladesh Securities and Exchange Commission is very strongly addressing that part, and also with the macroeconomy coming to stability, the inflation inching down, and also the Bangladesh currency stabilizing, we foresee better corporate profits in the coming year, and with that, we think that the strong momentum in the capital market will continue. Now the key challenge is how we can really address the supply side. We have not seen any new IPOs in last 12 months. So now we are working with SOEs, we are working with multinationals, we are also working with the large private organizations to entice them to come to the capital market for their long-term funds. So at this moment, although we are working on these short-term measures on both on the demand and supply side, but we also understand that without deep structural reform, this current positive momentum cannot be made sustainable. So from the government side, the regulator side, the stock exchange side, as well as market intermediary side, we are all working together to bring in the meaningful changes for the stock market of Bangladesh. So firstly, the over-reliance of money market for long-term capital for the local corporates that have not done good for the corporates, not for the banks, and it has not helped flourishment of the capital market of the Bangladesh. So how we can incentivize the corporates to come to capital market for their long-term fund by also disincentivizing the commercial banks taking the long-term exposure. We are working on that. We are also discussing how we can ensure the independence of regulatory body, the Bangladesh Securities and Exchange Commission. Also, in the past, we have seen unnecessary intervention in the operational area by the regulator. You have seen in the last 12 months, there is this welcome change whereby the regulator remained out of the operational area. So now we are working to making sure the regulatory framework doesn't allow the regulator to intervene into day-to-day operation of the market, including the listing process. At the regulation side, we are working with the regulator and with the market participant to ensure that we simplify the public listing process, the mutual fund, the margin rules, and few others, so that we can have a more efficient, transparent, and fair market where the market players, through their interaction, ensure that the market is developed, but not by way of imposing some instruction from the top. At the stock exchange level, Dhaka Stock Exchange being the prime boards of the country, which handle around 90% of the trade, we are also changing. We are building our internal capacity to ensure we become an efficient, transparent, and fair stock exchange. We are we have several key initiatives undertaken. Few important ones are like bringing down the settlement cycle from T+2 to T+1 within this year. We are also working to upgrade our matching engine, the core trading platform. We are working with the regulator to introduce intraday script netting. We are also working how we can activate these few other market participants like our CCBL, Central Counterparty. And next year, hopefully, we will be able to introduce the derivative products in the market. So overall, you can see there is a change, not only within the organization, but the way we are interacting with each other, that all the market intermediaries and stakeholders now working in tandem to bring in the positive change, which we in the past did not experience. So this is a very welcome change. On the positive side, if you see the top 20 companies listed in the Dhaka Stock Exchange, despite severe macro and supply chain constraint in the last 4 years, on average, every year their bottom line has improved by at least 15%, which speaks about the strong resilience of Bangladesh economy, which is also reflected in their profitability, but not reflected in their price. So there is these opportunities. Now our target will be how we can increase the number of blue chip companies in the Dhaka Stock Exchange. Our target is to triple the number of blue chip companies listed in Dhaka Stock Exchange in next 5 years. The market cap currently around $65 billion. We want to take it to $200 billion by 2030. And we want to make sure that the daily turnover goes up from around 10 billion taka on average per day now to fivefold to 5,000 crore taka by 2030. So we welcome you to be the part of that success story of Bangladesh capital market. Thank you for your patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Momin Islam, for sharing your vision for the DC's role in shaping a vibrant and inclusive capital market. I would like to invite now Mr. A.K.M. Habibur Rahman, Chairman of Chittagong Stock Exchange, to the podium. Mr. Rahman is a seasoned professional with an extensive career in telecommunications, having served at the Bangladesh Telegraph and Telephone Board in various roles. Now leading the country's second largest stock exchange, he is focused on advancing sees his role as a dynamic trading platform and that complements and strengthens the national capital market ecosystem. Thank you, Mr. Habibur Rahman, please.
Honorable Chief Guest, special guests, panelists, resource persons, and other distinguished guests. Good morning and Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I thank BRAC EPL Stock Brokerage Ltd to arrange this kind of event, that is Foreign Investors Summit 2025, Bangladesh Capital Market, and convey my gratitude to invite me as a special guest to speak here. I feel honored. You know, Chittagong Stock Exchange started operation in 1995. This 2025 is the 30th anniversary of Chittagong Stock Exchange. It is the second stock exchange in Bangladesh. Although its market share is very low, but recently Chittagong Stock Exchange has acquired license for commodity derivative exchange operation, and we hope that by this year we will be able to start operation of commodity derivative exchange with your help. We all know that capital market plays a very important role as one of the most powerful drivers of economic growth and wealth creation. Hence, a stronger commitment to restructure and reform capital market should be more emphasized, as has already been given in the financial market. We see the themes of this summit, which includes country's overall economic landscape and growth issues, along with corporate leadership and capital strategy issues, with capital strategy issues for money market players, and one of the most important sector of the economy of Bangladesh, that is pharmaceutical sector. I hope that these discussions that will be happening here today will support the findings of the World Bank study, which confirms that a strong correlation has been found between capital markets and economic growth. In that study, the World Bank also highlighted certain preconditions for capital markets to develop. These are, number one, a stable macroeconomic environment, we all know. This includes economic growth, low inflation, and robust fiscal policies. Number two, a certain level of development of the financial sector, including a healthy banking sector, institutional investors, and financial openness. And number three, a robust legal and institutional environment, including mechanisms to issue the protection of investors, and more generally, that the country abides by the rule of law. We all know these are all very important issues for economy and as well as the capital market development. Bangladesh's economic progress is not at all favorable shape due to, we know, weaker banking sector and the absence of well-functioning capital market so far. The poor state of the banking sector is tied to the absence of a properly functional capital market, which is critical for long-term financial stability. Recently, our honorable advisor, finance advisor, Mr. Salehudin Ahmed, has commented that economic recovery over the past year is moving from a hospital's intensive care unit, ICU, to the high dependence unit, HDU, saying the economy has been pulled back from the brink of collapse. So we are hopeful that the Bangladesh economy will be doing better and better in the coming days. But what about the capital market? The ongoing structural changes and reform in capital market has to be accelerated. We are all waiting to see our expected capital market, where investors in general will see hardly any market manipulation, steady confidence level of the investors, stable policy
irrespective of political changes, increasing governance, enlisting IPO of well-performing companies, less regular interventions from the regulators, and stringent and punitive actions with strong monitoring in place. Additionally, foreign investors like to see no government interference in stock index mechanism, no floor price imposed, stable forex market, better coordination among regulators, that is Bangladesh Bank, BSEC, NBR, IDRA, etc. I hope this summit will give an promising overall pictures of present and upcoming macroeconomic status of the Bangladesh vis-a-vis capital market of Bangladesh, especially for the foreign investors. Challenges are there, risks are there, but prospects are encouraging in Bangladesh. Lastly, I would like to share pieces of information with you. In the context of introducing commodity derivative exchanges, Chittagong Stock Exchange has recently sent 3 proposals to BSEC for approval. Number 1, offload 20% of its block share. We have 35% block share. Among these block shares, we will offload 20% block shares to institutional investors, local or foreign. We preferably choose the foreign investors in these 20% block shares with not exceeding 5% to individual investor. Number 2, remaining 50% to general public through IPO. And number 3, enlisting Chittagong Stock Exchange to Dhaka Stock Exchange, that is cross-listing. We propose for cross-listing. These are all will be accomplished in compliance to the Demutualization Act 2013. With concerted efforts of all stakeholders, I hope to see capital market in a sustainable confidence level in the near future. So thank you all for bearing with me.
Thank you, Mr. Rahman. Now, I would like to request, we have a few guests from the political arena. I would like to invite now Mr. Alauddin Mohammed, Joint Member Secretary, National Citizen Party, NCP.
Good morning and Assalamu alaikum to everyone. I'd like to thank the BRAC EPL, Stock Brokerage Ltd, to organize such an event, to bring all the foreign investors in this auspicious morning. So I'd like to express some opinions regarding the stock market in Bangladesh and reassure the commitment to rebuild and reform the economy. Sorry, I did not go for addressing everyone in this stage, by name. Mainly what we have seen in the last regime, the Bangladesh economy was highly operated by the mismanagement, irregularities, and we saw the worst impact was on the stock market. And as a result, we saw in 2011, there was a major crash in the stock market, and where 3.3 million small investors were suffered. And I think from that point, our stock market could not come to a regular and rule-based operation. Most of the small investors are somehow demotivated. Our young generation and investors are now mostly dependent on bank finance, money market finance. But all we know that in 2024, with the event of this mass uprising, Bangladesh has come to another phase. Someone sometimes call it as Bangladesh 2.0, a new beginning for Bangladesh. With this new beginning, from the political arena, I would like to assure the investors that all the political parties are agreed on some factors, that the institutions, the rule of law, and the economy must be above the political competitions and the power clashes among the political parties and the stakeholders of this economy. We want to assure that Bangladesh will not go back to the previous regime where all these impunities and institutions, money market, capital market were the source of laundering money and channeled it to the abroad. You know, Bangladesh, the investors and the entrepreneurs, they want to have an economy which has long-term vision and which is sustainable. But due to misgovernance and unruly institutions, both sides suffered, both the investors and the entrepreneurs. And the banks, you know that the government is now drastically reforming the banking sectors, and there are some very crucial initiatives of merging some weak banks and the bringing trust among the stakeholders, and government is doing it successfully. In future, since the young generation took the street in 2024, and most of them are educated and unemployed, unfortunately. And you see the demographic dividend, we are about to lose it because of our political, you can say the political problems. But I think that the young generation already took the state and committed to the nation to rebuild, reform, and show a new path where demographic dividend will be fully utilized. And young generation themselves formed not only one, but also several political parties, including my one, National Citizen Party, where the young generation wants to recommit the nation, that institution building and state building, though it's not has been done in the last 53 years properly, will be the new agenda, will be the new ray of hope, which will bring Bangladesh in a level where Bangladesh will be part of a global economy and will be the destination of global investment, and will secure the investments. And already the infrastructure, there is infrastructure, and we will protect the infrastructure, and especially will protect the interest of our trade partners here. And National Citizen Party is committed to build an economy which is connected, not isolated. And I invite and cordially invite all of you who has come here to come again, and then especially meet the young people here, and you will be surprised that the young people, They are highly connected to the global economy and global supply chain networks. And I hope that this investment summit can be starting for a new regime for the foreign investors in Bangladesh. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Aluddin, for your very encouraging speech. I would like to invite now Mr. Mubarak Hussain, member, Central Executive Committee of Bangladesh Jamaat Islami.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Good morning, everybody. Distinguished guests, chief guest, respected investors, and honorable delegates, on behalf of Bangladesh Jamaat Islami, and heartfelt thanks to the organizers of the Foreign Investors Summit 2025. Bangladesh stands today at the crossroads of immense opportunity, blessed with a young, dynamic workforce, strengthening geographical location, and rapidly expanding domestic market. Our nation offers a fertile ground of beneficial investment. We believe that sustainable economic growth must go hand in hand to social justice, transparency, and ethical governance. Bangladesh Jamaat Islami envisions a Bangladesh where investment is not merely a transaction but a partnership with the uplifts communication. Respected investors and strengthen national self-reliance, we are committed to policies that protect the investors' rights and ensure competition and create a corruption-free business climate. We invite foreign partners to explore opportunities in infrastructure, renewable energy, halal industry, technology, agriculture, pharmaceutical industry, and Bangladesh can become a global leader with your collaboration. Let the summit be more than an exchange of business cards. Let it be the starting point of long-term mass innovation and shared prosperity. Together, we can build a future where the economic progress benefits our citizens and reflects the highest moral and ethical values. Honorable investors, you came in Bangladesh. There is a good opportunity in here, more than before. So we can assure you good climates and good investors in here. So I thank you for everybody's. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, sir. So now I would like to invite our chief guest, Mr. Anisuzzaman Chaudhary, Special Assistant to the Chief Advisor and Chairman, Bangladesh Capital Market Development Committee, for the formal inauguration of the Foreign Investors Summit 2025. Dr. Chaudhary, an international economist and policy analyst, has long-standing collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, has also worked as a consultant at various levels of the government. Mr. Chaudhary holds an MA and a PhD degree from the University of Manitoba and a dual degrees from Jahangirnagar University. He has taught at universities in Australia, Singapore, and Canada, also held senior roles in ESCAPE of United Nations and served as founding managing editor of the Journal of the Asia Pacific Economy. I would like to invite Mr. Anisuzzaman Chaudhary. Sir, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished guests and global investors, Assalamu alaikum and very good morning to you all. Sorry, my voice is a bit broken. I'm truly delighted to join you today at the Foreign Investor Summit 2025. I thank BRAC EPL for convening this important gathering. I also commend their continued efforts in promoting transparency, trust, and growth within our capital markets. The theme of this year's summit, Bangladesh Capital Market, an unsung story of growth and opportunities, is both timely and telling. Bangladesh's narrative of macroeconomic resilience, guided by prudent and capable stewardship, is shaping what may well be one of the most compelling turnaround stories in South Asia region as well as globally. This should no longer be confined to development reports or index tables. It is unfolding in real time, and this summit stands as a testament to that evolving momentum. At this point, I would like to draw your attention to Bangladesh's remarkable resilience. Can I show? Yep. As you can see from these diagrams, in most countries in the world where change of government happened violently, for example, recently in Sri Lanka and during the Asian financial crisis in Indonesia, Philippines, before that, Iran in 1979 after revolution, Russia in 1991, Nicaragua in 1980s. Everywhere you look around, the GDP fell and they experienced high inflation. This is the pattern all over the world. And you can check. In Russia, I could not put Russia on the graph because you can see the inflation exceeded 800%. And it took nearly 10 years for Russia to recover. During that period in Russia, the life expectancy declined. It's unique for a country to experience a decline in life expectancy. And it happened all over East Europe and former Soviet republics, except in Uzbekistan. I will tell this Uzbekistan story about life expectancy. It did experience decline in output. It did experience high inflation, but it recovered in a better shape compared to others. But the experience of decline in output and high inflation post-violent change in the government is common story, common picture everywhere, and Bangladesh stands alone, not having to experience a decline in output and high inflation. Instead, inflation declined. So this shows the remarkable resilience of this country. It shows the stewardship of the people who has taken the responsibility of bringing the economy from the brink of collapse and disaster. And we have to understand this in the context of the global picture. And Mumin has already mentioned about the rallies in the stock market last month. Globally, it stood third. Globally, it stood third. This rally behind Thailand, behind Vietnam and Thailand. Vietnam #1, Thailand #2, and Bangladesh stands third. So a capital market which was looted could come up like this and in 1 month rally and achieve this feat. I think we should understand this and really should take a pat on our own back. Thank you. So thus, today we are not only here to make a case to foreign investors, we are here to deliver a message to all investors, local and international, that Bangladesh is investable, that the opportunity is real, and that our capital market is getting ready to support and absorb long-term productive investment. And this picture shows why I'm saying this. So it's not an empty claim, it is a real thing. Our government, ever since taking on the responsibility at a very critical juncture, has remained committed to the development of a strong, well-regulated capital market to achieve inclusive, sustainable development, featuring 3 zeros: zero poverty, zero unemployment, and zero net emissions, carbon emissions, and to make Bangladesh resilient to global challenges. This includes strengthening regulatory frameworks, modernizing market infrastructure, fostering digitization, and promoting greater access and governance across all tiers of participation. I would like to acknowledge the role of institutions like BRAC EPL, Stock Brokerage Ltd, and the visionary leaders from across industries who continue to demonstrate that corporate Bangladesh is not only maturing, it is ready for global partnership, as the leaders of the sector have amply emphasized. This summit is therefore more than just a platform for foreign capital. It is an open invitation for all investors from home and abroad to rediscover the possibilities that Bangladesh offers. I encourage you to make full advantage of all the sessions ahead, hear directly, and to hear directly from the horse's mouth, that is our policymakers, fund managers, and corporate champions and political leaders, and live today with greater clarity, confidence, and conviction. With that, it is my great pleasure to formally inaugurate the Foreign Investors Summit 2025. I now hand over the floor to sessions planned for the rest of the day, and I wish the summit every success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are moving to the next session within next 15 minutes with a break, 10 minutes break for a coffee. But before that, I would like to invite our chairman, Ms. Fahima Chaudhary, for the inaugural appreciation ceremony. And I'm happy to know that our guest of honor, Mr. Amir Khosrow Mahmood Chaudhary, for the next session, the key session, is already here. Thank you very much, sir. We'll be starting the program within next 15 minutes.
On behalf of BRAC EPL Stock Brokerage, I would like to once again thank our chief guest, our special guest, His Excellencies from the various embassies, distinguished guests, and our friends who have traveled from so far away to be with us today. Thank you for joining Foreign Investors Summit on the Bangladesh capital market. We've heard some really interesting comments from the special guests, and I think that gives us a lot of confidence that our capital market is headed in the right direction. And we would also like to extend our sincerest thanks to Dr. Anisuzzaman Chaudhary for outlining his perspective and vision on the capital market with such clarity. I'm sure what his remarks will inform the rest of the discussions that we'll have today, and we hope that you will stay with us and enjoy some of the discussions we will have from policymakers and from some of our corporate leaders. Dr. Chaudhary? Dr. Chaudhary, we'd like to thank you for joining us today.
We would like to request Ms. Fahima Chaudhary to hand over the appreciation to our chief guest, Dr. Anisuzzaman Chaudhary, Special Assistant to the Chief Advisor and Chairman, Capital Market Development Committee. We would also like to request Ms. Faima Chaudhary to hand over the token of appreciation to our special guest, Mr. Mohammad Mohsin Chaudhary, Commissioner, Bangladesh Securities and Exchange Commission. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We would also like to request to hand over the token of appreciation to Mr. Mominul Islam, Chairman, Dhaka Stock Exchange, PLC. A token of appreciation to our special guest, Mr. A.K.M. Habibur Rahman, Chairman, Chittagong Stock Exchange, PLC. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to our chief guest, our special guest, our director of BRAC EPL Stock Brokerage Ltd.
আমি একটু কাইন্ডলি আলাউদ্দিন ভাই এবং মোবারক ভাইকে বলছি স্টেজে আসার জন্য। মোবারক ভাই প্লিজ।
We shall now take the refreshments and coffee for a 15 minutes break, after which we will reconvene with a distinguished keynote presentation and panel discussion exploring Bangladesh economic landscape and investment opportunities. Thank you all for being present in our summit today. After the refreshments and coffee, we will start with our panel discussion, Bangladesh Economic Landscape, Growth and Opportunities. Thank you all. Dear all, the refreshments and coffee are being there outside the grand ballroom. You're requested to please enjoy the refreshments. শুধু দর্শক সবাইকে আমন্ত্রণ জানাচ্ছি আমাদের ফরেন ইনভেস্টর সামিট 2025 বাংলাদেশ ক্যাপিটাল মার্কেটের রিফ্রেশমেন্টস বাইরে আছে গ্র্যান্ড বলরুমের বাইরে, চাইলে আপনারা সেখানে আপনাদের রিফ্রেশমেন্টস এনজয় করতে পারবেন। ধন্যবাদ সবাইকে। Dear all, I would like to request all of you to kindly be seated. We are about to start the panel discussion on Bangladesh's economic landscape, growth and opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the keynote presentation and panel discussion on Bangladesh economic landscape, growth and opportunities. I would like to request Mr. Saiful Islam, President, DAC Brokers Association of Bangladesh, to kindly welcome Mr. Amir Khosru Mahmud Chaudhary, former Minister of Commerce, former Chairman and Founder of Chittagong Stock Exchange, on stage. We would also like to welcome Dr. M. Mashrur Riaz, Chairman and Founder, Policy Exchange Bangladesh, to kindly come on stage and be seated. We would also like to request Mr. Mohammad Saifuddin, CFA, Commissioner, Bangladesh Securities and Exchange Commission, to kindly come on stage and be seated. We would also like to request Mr. Takao Hirose, Managing Director, Contextual Investment LLC, to kindly come on stage and be seated. And also to Mr. Ruchir Desai, CFA, Fund Manager, Asia Frontier Investments Limited, to kindly come on stage and be seated. We are about to start the panel discussion on Bangladesh economic landscape, growth and opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to request all of you to kindly be seated. We are about to start the panel discussion. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Amir Khosru Mahmud Chaudhary, former Minister of Commerce, former Chairman and Founder of Chittagong Stock Exchange PLC, Dr. M. Mashrur Riaz, Chairman and Founder, Policy Exchange Bangladesh, Mr. Mohammad Saifuddin, CFA, Commissioner, Bangladesh Securities and Exchange Commission, Mr. Takao Hirose, Managing Director, Contextual Investment LLC, and Mr. Ruchi Desai, CFA, Fund Manager, Asia Frontier Investments Limited. I would like to request our moderator, Mr. Saiful Islam, to kindly commence the panel discussion and keynote presentation on Bangladesh economic landscape, growth and opportunities. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, Riddhi. I would like to request Mr. Mashrur Riaz to deliver his keynote presentation on Bangladesh economic landscape, growth and opportunity. Mr. Mashrur Riaz is the chairman and founder of Policy Exchange Bangladesh. Mr. Riaz is a leading policy reform advocate and development strategist. He has advised governments, development partners, and private sector leaders on economic policy, investment climate, and competitiveness. Mr. Mashur, yes, over to you. Your time is 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saiful Islam. Today's guest of honor, Mr. Amir Khosrow Mahmood Chowdhury, Member Standing Committee, BNP, Excellencies from various diplomatic missions, most importantly, our investors, particularly foreign investors who have joined us from around the world, members of Bangladesh private sector, government, media, and ladies and gentlemen, very good morning, and to our Japanese friends who we are delighted to see in full force in the room, ohayo gozaimasu and konnichiwa. So at the outset, let me congratulate and thank BRAC EPL for A, this very timely initiative, but B, as the chief guest in the previous session mentioned, for continuing the momentum, for following through what they have started last year, December, to present the resilient but also changing Bangladesh and its economic prospects to our partners, both home and abroad. So over the next 20 minutes, I'm going to share with you at the big picture Bangladesh growth story. What is and what will be driving Bangladesh's growth agenda, what opportunities as well as what priorities in the form of addressing challenges emerge, and where are some of these concrete investment opportunities that Bangladesh growth story boasts. So I wanted to start by saying that your arrival here, your engagement now with Bangladesh comes at the nick of the time. This is absolutely the perfect time. Bangladesh stands at a crossroad, but at a virtuous crossroads, building on the strengthening of the governance that went through a number of hiccups in the past years, restoration of rights, and rebuilding or re-strengthening or rejuvenating the long-term growth story, long-term growth perspective that Bangladesh has been building since the late 70s, when the shifts to private sector-oriented market economy started back in the 78 and 79. So building on that, where is Bangladesh trying to head? Where it can be? What are its strengths? What are its opportunities? And what would be some of the issues to be mindful of? That's what I'm going to talk to you about. So the Bangladesh's 5-decade growth story, with just like any other country in the world, occasional bumps, it presents a remarkable development journey which has been rewarded with triple dividends. Consistent high growth rate. The average growth rate since the 1990s is 6%. Rapid poverty reduction. Very few countries around the world, low-income countries, developing countries, have been able to bring down their poverty level as quickly as Bangladesh, and as in a position as Bangladesh with so limited natural resources. And third, social empowerment, including human. So many of you would be delighted to know that Bangladesh, according to the World Economic Forum, is the most gender-empowered country in South Asia, more than Sri Lanka, more than India. Now, what has been a bedrock of this remarkable 5-decade development performance was private sector-led growth story. Manufacturing, exports has been intricately involved in driving that growth engine. If you look at exports since 19 84 till last year, last fiscal year, Bangladesh maintained an average double-digit growth rate in exports, 11%. Manufacturing, which was merely 5% of GDP in early 70s, it went up to 23%. If you look at India's, it is still hovering around 18% for last 2 decades and hasn't moved. Industry, which is manufacturing plus, moved from 11% in 1981 to that of 37% of the GDP. And similar story for services as well. So this development journey has been very much enabled by private sector-led trade and investment. Now, investment has private investment, which is 76% of Bangladesh's overall private investment, has been the key driver of growth, both including FDI and foreign portfolio investments. It has not only propelled Bangladesh's manufacturing-led export, particularly in the apparel sector, to become the second largest in the world, it has also unleashed benefits in infrastructure development, high-quality employment, technology transfer, and many others. And building on these, the growth aspirations that Bangladesh, holds as part of its direction forward from now, and the imperatives that Bangladesh must be addressing to attain this growth aspiration is what I discuss in the next section. Trade, investment, and connectivity is going to be the most critical driver of Bangladesh's journey to the upper middle income. Many of you know that Bangladesh in 2015 has qualified, building again on its development journey, the private sector-led growth journey that was stimulated in the late 70s, and that took a very, increasing upward trajectory through the 80s, 90s, and the early 2000s. It already qualified to be a middle-income country, as World Bank would like to qualify it as lower middle-income country. So the path ahead is the higher middle income, and that's where Bangladesh will have to bring its investments, private investment, up by 70 percentage points from the current 23% of GDP to 36% by 2041. Our exports will have to go up by 9 to 10 times from what it is now, around $50 billion. Foreign investments, which is around, maybe we have done really well in many areas. FDI is one area where we needed to do even better. However, we haven't as much as we could have, despite all the potential. And how we get to there, today's outreach, today's effort is one great example. And this FDI, including foreign portfolio investment, needs to increase by 6 times from where we have now, around 0.5% of GDP. Connectivity, which is really the determinant of 21st century growth. Bangladesh will have to put in place 13 times higher freight capacity domestically. Bangladesh will have to increase its sea logistics, container freight capacity by 7 times in the next 15 years. So investment up by 70% requirement, export need to go up by 9 times, FDI needs to increase by 6 times, connectivity needs to increase between 7 to 13 times of what we stand now. And all of this is going to require participation of private sector, local and foreign, in a greater capacity, and that's what the interim government, as well as the parties which are likely to form the government in the future through the election, are all prioritizing. One of the imperatives that Bangladesh also needs to address is the impending graduation out of the least developed country status, which is at the moment penned for November 2026. Now, whether it happens in November or earlier or later, Bangladesh will need to prepare for the loss of the international support that it has as an LDC status. About 74% of Bangladesh's exports may get affected by as and when it gets out of the LDC status. So product and market diversification and competitiveness is at the heart of Bangladesh's strategy going forward. And as I mentioned, the diversification, Bangladesh has done well in an important sector, global sector like apparel, where it emerged as the second largest after China, but Bangladesh can do far better in many other sectors. So it needs to expand. One of the important economic imperatives it needs to expand its currently concentrated export and economic base into many more. If you look at the world economic complexity comparative position, Bangladesh stands at 129th, whereas Vietnam and Thailand are somewhere between 42 and 48. And Bangladesh can get there because the Vietnam's growth trajectory from where it moved to where it is now actually gives or imparts lesson that says that Bangladesh can be on that trajectory as well if the right, as and when the right policies are in place. Competitiveness improvement is going to be the heart of it, as I mentioned. If you look at some of the global indices, such as Global Competitiveness Index, Bangladesh has made some improvement in the past few years. However, Bangladesh's position needs to improve manifold in order for Bangladesh to deliver the trade investment and the connectivity lever that I mentioned. Now, okay, so that's Bangladesh's, growth story, the trajectory, the growth aspirations, and the growth imperatives. But there would still be question, why Bangladesh? And that's what I like to share with you in the next few slides. Why is Bangladesh now the right place to come for investments as well as to engage with Bangladesh as a trading partner? According to HSBC, Boston Consulting Group, the country is well set to become the 9th largest consumer market by 2030. The growth rate is far exceeding the consumer market growth of developed or G7 countries like Japan, United Kingdom, Germany, or middle income or upper middle income countries such as Vietnam, Indonesia, and so on. A big enabler of Bangladesh's economy is a natural endowment that Bangladesh is fortunate to have, and many countries around the world would pay their all fortune to have but cannot have that because of the natural barrier, is the demographic dividend that Bangladesh has for at least another 2.5 to 3 decades, perhaps up till 2070. What it means is it has a very young and a high proportion of working age population. 68% of the 190 million people are working age population with a median age of 28 years. And this is a country which presents uniquely in South Asia and perhaps in Asia a homogeneous environment, social, linguistic, culture, religious, and many others. So there is fewer country in Asia than Bangladesh which provides a stable, consistent, homogeneous culture, religion, linguistic, social environment for citizens, businesses, and our global partners to come and operate and thrive. Cost competitiveness and digital readiness. I wish it was far more advanced than the digital readiness, but building on primarily on the excellent telecommunication, mobile telecom network, Bangladesh now has 75% mobile penetration, 130 million internet user, and all thanks goes to our private sector mobile telecom operators, all of whom, except for one, are world-renowned global operators who have been operating in Bangladesh, and for some of them, Bangladesh has turned out to be the most profitable market in the whole world. Cost competitiveness, anywhere depending on the sector, one would operate anywhere between 10 to 60% advantage, cost advantage vis-a-vis our comparator economies, Vietnam, Indonesia, India, even for some sectors, China. This builds on Bangladesh's competitive costs in wages, in managerial costs, utilities, and so on. A McKinsey survey done in 2018, thank you so much, a McKinsey survey, it presents some of the emerging, at the point of 2018, it had a 7-8 years outlook. It presented some emerging strength for Bangladesh and Bangladesh's global positioning or Bangladesh's global strength, which positions Bangladesh uniquely well in the current geo-economic fracturing that is taking place around the world, which is leading to reshoring, nearshoring, diversion of supply chain, deconcentration from several countries, including China. And Bangladesh is well positioned based on some of these numbers, according to McKinsey. You see Bangladesh's competitive labor wage. Some say Bangladesh has cheap labor. I don't say that. Bangladesh has competitive and smart labor. And for labor to skill-intensive manufacturing and services around the world, Bangladesh is the go-to place, one of the top 3 go-to place for foreign investors who are looking for reshoring, nearshoring, as well as for deconcentration of supply chain. As you see, Bangladesh, one of the top 3, in fact, the topmost for RMG hotspots. The RMG weight 71% lower than China, or even 24% lower than Vietnam. Bangladesh's geostrategic location. It has strengths for those who are engaged in strategic geopolitical engagement, but it also has strength for those who are looking for regional supply chain, regional investment. It is the connector between the South Asia as well as the East Asia ASEAN markets. If you look at Japan's Big B, Japan's Asia policy, in all of which Bangladesh appears as the most important connector in terms of infrastructure, connectivity for better, seamless market integration between ASEAN countries and South Asia and within the eastern part of the South Asia. But Japan's Big B, the Bay of Bengal Industrial Growth Belt Initiative, is allocating billions of dollars to build energy, road connectivity, broader logistics infrastructure. And if you would recall, Prime Minister Kishida back in April 2023 announced that Japan would be working with Bangladesh as well as other regional partners to develop the regional supply chain corridor starting from the Matarbari cluster in the southeast part of Bangladesh. So that presents a great opportunity to tap into broader South Asia regional market. The Northeast India, 2.8% of India's about $4 trillion GDP, from a manufacturing, supply chain, and broader services perspective, there is no better place to serve that market from Bangladesh in the entire South Asia. If you look at investment restrictiveness, I wanted to share with you, despite a lot of improvements that Bangladesh still needs, there are certain advantages that Bangladesh offers. If you look at OECD's regulatory restrictiveness index or measures for investors, I apologize for the very small, it's so many countries in that, but if you can see in the middle, the blue bar, Bangladesh, it's actually, the restrictiveness is far below average of non-OECD countries and almost close to the advanced economies of OECD countries. So of course, Bangladesh needs to do much better in terms of its investment climate improvement, its regulatory facilitation, but Bangladesh is very open for investment. And you can see that also in this slide, where I've just used it as it's not an exhaustive slide. There are many other sectors, but I just made an effort to highlight some of the important sectors which are open for our foreign friends, our foreign partners, our global friends to come and investment. Only 4 sectors restricted, non-traditional and perhaps not, something that investors would be interested in. The ones which are restricted: nuclear, forestry, security printing, the currency, and arms. So apart from that, any traditional dominant global and regional sector you can think of, Bangladesh is open for our foreign investors. Now, what are some of those high potential investment specific sectors? Again, I'm going to present a few. There are many more, which in the interest of time, I would not be able to cover. Agribusiness. Bangladesh agriculture is a sector where Bangladesh has comparative advantage. Ready-made garments, we have competitive advantage, but this is a sector where Bangladesh for hundreds of years have been doing better, despite losing 1% of our arable land since 1972 every year due to urbanization, commercialization, or industrialization. Bangladesh manages to feed 190 million people, while in 1972, with double the arable land, we only had 75 million people to feed. So agriculture, Bangladesh has attained a good level of efficiency. If we can turn it into commercial and industrial agriculture, this is going to be a big market, and we have a 13% compound annual growth rate in this sector over the last few years, with an emerging $7 billion processed food market. Digital economy, which is going to dominate the global economy for the next decades, more than $2 billion local market, more than $1 billion already and growing export market, and a large pool of trained young IT professionals. Pharmaceuticals and API, $6 billion local market, 98% managed from within the local, from the local suppliers or producers. And then renewable energy in the power and energy sector, which is also highly connected or important priority of Japan's new Asia Energy Transformation Initiative. 20% renewable target, 20% of the total power generation by 2030 needs to be in renewable. At the moment, it's about 4%, and we need about a $980 million, nearly $1 billion every year for next 5 years in the renewable sector. Textile and apparel needs no introduction, second largest. However, the second largest, if can be turned more competitive with the technology, the right skills, and the greening of the sector, sustainability compliance. This sector is on the way to become a $100 billion sector as the world investors and buyer seeks to deconcentrate from the largest RMG supplier in the world, China, who itself is also transitioning to more cutting-edge technology-based sectors and so on. Light manufacturing, $8 billion local market, $20 billion sectoral investment. Semiconductor, early days, but really high potential, $8 trillion, $1 trillion global market. We are now only exporting close to $10 million, but the sky is the limit. But then there are many more, leather and footwear, healthcare, plastics, but in the interest of time, I will move on to the next one. Logistics/connectivity infrastructure. Today, just today, there is an investment opportunity through public-private partnerships and private projects of $4.1 billion. The new port terminals being planned in Chittagong, the Bay Terminal, container terminals, multi-purpose terminal. There is a new terminal being planned at the Laldia Chor. Number of important rail-mounted logistics facility like Dirasram Inland Container Depot, Kanpur Inland Container Depot, the very historic, everybody's favorite Dhaka Kamalapur Station is now being transformed into a multimodal hub to connect this primary growth center of the country better with the ports, infrastructure, and the hinterland. And Japan is going to be a big partner in that. Green investments, according to a World Bank Group report in 2019, Bangladesh has $172 billion investment opportunities, sustainable investment. Green buildings, green transportation, even climate resilient agriculture, where countries like Japan, South Korea, and many others have done really well and can take the benefit of this 190 million people population whose purchasing power hopefully will be back to on a continued increasing path. Financial sector is going through major reforms over the last 1 year. I just wanted to give you a sense of the magnitude of the long-term finance that Bangladesh requires through banking, but primarily through capital market, including bond and equity. Infrastructure, according to Global Infrastructure Outlook, $25 to $30 billion required every year for infrastructure in transport, energy, logistics, urban transportation, and urban services. Renewable, as I mentioned, close to $980 million has to come from long-term finance. SME, again, according to a World Bank Group assessment, there is an annual gap of $2.8 billion. in Bangladesh. Housing finance, extremely important. This is a big market, 6 million housing units unmet demand, and this is going to rise to 10 million housing units. And our friends from Singapore are already looking into, and some other countries, into housing market and housing infrastructure development, a big opportunity to facilitate the long-term finance to support that. I will take 2 more minutes, my respected chair, because I think I'm just over the time. Strategic investment opportunities, the door has opened now through merger and acquisitions. Why do I say that? Over the last 1 year, the macro is stabilizing. If you look at our balance of payment, we are moving to surplus in current account, but also in the overall balance of payment. Our foreign exchange, which had a 40% depreciation until May 2024, for 3 years, it's been stable since last September. And our foreign reserve is on a rebound from $18 billion BPM, the net method. It is now back to 25 billion. It needs to get stronger, but it is on a recovery path. And there is rates impact. A rising interest rate or high interest rate has made, they have made the values depressed. So right time to enter, right time to do the deal. There is manufacturing distress, particularly in some sectors like textile, ready-made garments, due to high leverage of some big investors, but also absence or dislocation of some of the investors for political and many other reasons. But overall, the country, building on these and building on some of the very right reform measures in the financial sector, banking, but also in capital market, where corporate governance is being strengthened, banking, overall bank resolution ordinance is being strengthened, capital market, which has a committee, banking, which has a reform committee, and multiple other technical committees are all looking into immediate further reforms to bring back the financial sector to a very steady and robust growth path. And if you look at 2 of the 3 top rating agencies around the world, S&P, Standard & Poor, and Fitch, despite one of the largest, one of the most intense mass uprising in the history of Asia and world, and some subsequent very natural dislocations, Bangladesh's rating over the last 12 months remains unchanged by S&P as well as by Fitch. Moody's, yes, it has gone 1 step down, but I'm confident this year this is going to come back. But that's 2 out of 3 who still puts their confidence in Bangladesh's growth, and this is where you have a great opportunity to come into Bangladesh's investment space through strategic investment. So macro I've already mentioned, so I will just skip. Is it all that great and there is no challenge, no worries? Not at all. There are worries, and which we need to address. I've mentioned some high-level imperatives that Bangladesh must rise up to: diversification, competitiveness improvement, post-LDC global competition. How do we prepare for that? But there are some inherent challenges in the investment climate and the trade facilitation environment. So we need to improve our port efficiencies. Border clearance is complex, needs to be easier. Logistic cost compared to Vietnam, Thailand, India, higher. We need to make it more competitive. In the power energy, the gas, again, due to man-made failure in energy policies between 2016 and 2024, we have become more reliant than we should have been on imported energy, right? However, we are managing it, but it became a little bit of a strain in the year of 23-24 when we were trying to fix, or we were still dealing with the macro, particularly the dollar reserve issue, but the energy infrastructure and supply and the energy security needs to be better. Productivity is something Bangladesh needs to improve. Skills and technology will be important. Overall regulatory predictability, addressing complex and unpredictable at times, taxation are going to be some of the important areas for Bangladesh. So building on that, I want to say Bangladesh, it has proven it's shock-proof through global financial crisis, through the governance challenges of our own in the past years, through the mass uprising and the post-mass uprising, the economy, the exports continue to remain robust. The location I mentioned, competitive and smart labor, governance, coming back to a sort of Asia standard level, if not global, which is going to be a key part of that. And building on that, Bangladesh can prioritize positioning its investment value proposition in light of the shifting global strengths, rising global strengths such as governance, but also in light of the shifting global trade and geo-economic fracturing. As you know, with the reciprocal Trump tariff, Bangladesh has now landed in a much, it is an additional cost, but Bangladesh has managed to land in a more convenient or not in a disadvantaged position at a minimum vis-a-vis its competitors. Bangladesh can accelerate its public-private participation, PPP investment opportunities, as well as privatization opportunities, where models like South American privatization can offer really great insights and lessons for our policymaker. So thank you everyone for bearing with me for a few extra minutes, and I thank BRAC EPL for giving me this opportunity, and I wish this investor conference all the success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Masroor Riaz, for your very insightful presentation, as always. If you want to have an access to his presentation, please leave your email address or the WhatsApp number. We'll have it sent to you. Now I would like to invite Mr. Saifuddin, CFA, who has been recently appointed as the Commissioner at the Bangladesh Securities and Exchange Commission. Prior to that, Mr. Saifuddin was the Managing Director of IDLC Securities Limited from 2009. He is a seasoned finance professional with extensive experience in capital markets, regulation, investment analysis, and corporate governance. And I also take the pride to say that he was my deputy until very recently for 2 years as the Senior Vice President of DBA. So we would like to ask you or request you to highlight on 2 points. Number one, what are the most impactful BSEC reforms underway to enhance transparency and governance? And the second one is what incentives are being considered to deepen market offerings and attract foreign investment and funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saiful Islam, and distinguished guests, esteemed investors, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this year's BRAC EPL Foreign Investor Conference. I have a simple message today. Bangladesh presents one of the most compelling frontier market opportunities in the world. I want to share a story in some parts of the story of resilience, a story of reforms, and rising opportunity. The moderator asked me to address some of the things, some of the, the transparency and the future activities of Bangladesh Securities and Exchange Commission as a regulator. I also want to mention some stories about Bangladesh. Our journey begins in resilience from 1971 to this recent uprising in July 24. We have just come out of a very repressive regime. In the last 5 decades, we transformed our war-torn newborn nation into rising economic player in the way forward. We have achieved towards middle-income status with a clear path to upper middle-income country in the coming years. We are not complacent. In the fast-changing world, the choice is clear: open up or fall. Bangladesh chooses to open and to embrace the global partnership to innovation and to complete. As I said, we have just come out of a very repressive regime. The past years tested the resolve. The growth slowed below 4%. Inflation hit double digit. But rather than stumble, we acted decisively. Tightening monetary policy, taking tough reform measures, and restoring investor confidence. The results are here. Inflation is down to 11.7%, from down from 11.7% to 8.5% this June. The Taka has stabilized. The foreign exchange reserves are back to $25 billion for the first time in the year. The current account is in surplus. It's around $900 million, driven by 25% surge in remittance and 10% export growth. Looking ahead, the inflation is tracked to 6.5% to 7% by this year. Growth projected about 5%. We have regained the macro stability, creating more predictable environment for the business. The Bangladesh opportunity that the keynote speaker actually talked about, very much exhaustive, nothing to say after that. But reality lies in the long-term fundamentals. By the end of this year, the Bangladesh middle and affluent class come into the 34 million people, about the population of Canada, all within one fast-growing domestic country. Over 60%, as he showed, over 65%, 68% in fact, 68% of the population were in the under working age, and our median is only 28. This is a productive engine, and that's power the growth for the decades. We are the nation of savers as well. The savings rate of our country is 28% of GDP. As we approach $700 billion economy by 2030, that means around $200 billion savings as well. The question is, where will it go? Where will it go? In Bangladesh, historically, the too little has followed into the capital market, and that is where the opportunity lies. Now come to the capital market. The capital market in Bangladesh is still in the fledgling stage. It's only 1% of our population actually involved in this, in the equity market, and this is the market waiting to deepen. Imagine the impact that names like some of the champions in our country, like some multinational consumer companies and pharmaceutical companies, they are waiting to list it in this country. And here the kicker, the valuations are very compelling in Bangladesh. Dhaka Stock Exchange is now trading at less than 11 multiples. It's much below than our peers. Now come to the reform. Reform, without trust, the market is nothing. So reform is right and center. So we are looking forward to reform the IPO valuation process, margin rules, and the compliance among enforcement regulations that are taking place in the Commission. In the conclusion, the Bangladesh today is dynamic, determined, and on rise. We have stabilized the economy, we have reformed our markets, and our people are young, ambitious, and ready to grow. Our capital market is poised to evolve from an overlooked frontier into vibrant emerging market. This is your chance to enter early while valuation is still low. This is not an opportunity for return. This is a chance to be part of the 170 million people's growth. Like other Asian success stories, those who partner early reap the most when it's take off. Bangladesh is ready. Let's invest, grow, and prosper. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Saifuddin. So I would like to invite now Mr. Takao Hiroshi, Managing Director of Contextual Investment LLC, which is a research-based, research-focused advisory firm providing accessible investments insights to Japanese online brokers and their retail clients. Mr. Hiroshi brings decades of expertise in global investment management. He has worked at various investment firms such as SG Werber, JP Morgan, and other organizations. Just to give you an idea, I was having a chat with him day before yesterday. So he was giving me his experience. So he was with JP Morgan, bringing the Japanese investment in the US market and also in the South America. And when he was with JP Morgan, he used to visit 400 companies in a year. So now you can think that how many companies he has visited in the world, in the US and in South America. So I'd like to request him to share his experience and let us guide how to move forward. Thank you.
Okay, so let me start with the question of why am I here? About 1 year ago, last year, in August, I was sitting in my office in Florida, the United States, reading newspaper articles. And there was a coverage of a news story about Bangladesh. There's some demonstrations and commotions and the government change. When I was reading that newspaper article, I was like, I don't understand this. I need to fly to Bangladesh to see with my own eyes what's happening there. So I flew here and started asking questions to people at the hotel or cab drivers or a restaurant. So what do you think about this political change? And then their answer is generally positive, but guarded. So I felt, okay, this could be interesting. And then I met with stock brokerage people, BRAC EPL, and Riti. Where's Riti? Can you stand up? She is Riti. And Riti said, oh, Takao-san, but of course, this is the first revolution instigated by Gen Z in the world. And I detected a hint of pride in her voice. So I'm like, okay, that's interesting. I'll buy it. I believe in you. So this is a political change started by young people in Bangladesh, the Gen Z, demanding for improved governance and accountability, transparency. Okay? So those are very important things for stock guys like us. Bangladesh has already proven that you are effective and careful custodian of short-term working capital by way of microfinance. BRAC, Grameen Bank, those organizations did grassroots financing effort and helping small businesses, particularly women, start a business. And that has been very successful, and that's why the Bangladesh economy started to take off. So that very impressive growth coming from primarily a short-term capital and working capital, and iterating again and again small successes to make the industry grow, particularly RMG industry. That need to go to the next stage, and the next stage is involving more long-term capital, meaning equity capital. And in order for equity guys like us to come into your situation, we need to make sure that you have the proper framework, accountability, governance in place. So please work on it, and we will support you. And secondly, the elephant in the room, in this room, who is not very well represented today, is a young people. So while foreigners can come into your market, be careful what you wish for, okay? When foreigners come to this market and foreign direct investment pours into Bangladesh, then that could be a turbocharger of your growth. But at the same time, it could be a tremendously disruptive, negative force, because one sign of instability, we're gone. So we are fast money, we're greedy money, and we're aggressive, but we are capricious. In order to keep us in your market, you shouldn't be doing things like violence. No violence, please. You know, the moment we see you going out of control, we're going to go back to Japan. So please get along, no violence. The difference of opinion is okay. But if you have difference of opinions, talk it over and work out the differences, because you're being watched by international investors. So don't scare them off. And the second thing I would like to talk about, as Mr. Alauddin Mohammed previously talked about, this growth should be inclusive. What does that mean? From stock market point of view, inclusive means everybody participate in the rally and the process of wealth generation. And the best way to do that is to broaden domestic individual investors' base. In the United States, back in the mid-1990s, this law called ERISA law was newly established, and there was a deregulation of, among other things, pension system management, and new system called 401k was introduced. 401k is an individual retirement fund. It's a private fund. And because of 401k program, many small investors in the United States started to own shares, and that made them able to participate in the growth of the economy and the bull market of US market. Now, the stuff like 401k or ETFs, me and Saiful always talk about how to introduce ETF in Bangladesh. We brainstorm that kind of things. Now, these are driven by technology, because if you are just doing trading on a stack of paper, it's not efficient enough. So you cannot accommodate many small investors. So the solution for this is apps. You need to go high-tech in order to democratize the investment. So be aggressive developing stock trading apps, and be aggressive in deregulating the wealth creation process, so that many people will benefit from this. Because some presenters today talked about, the Bangladesh market is shock-proof. It may be, but it may be not. You underestimate the destabilizing force of foreign investors. Once your market opens up, you are doing almost like a Faustian bargain. So you get the accelerated growth, but in return, you may be surrendering your own control of capital markets, and that's a very dangerous thing. So to counter that kind of capricious money, you need to develop a very sound and robust domestic investor base, and the depth of the market should be deeper. That's how I feel about it. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dago. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to invite Ruchir Desai, CFA. Ruchir Desai is the co-fund manager of AFC Asia Frontier Funds at Asia Frontier Capital, where he has been managing investments across frontier markets including Bangladesh, Vietnam, Sri Lanka, Georgia, Kazakhstan, and also in Iraq, if I'm not wrong. Prior to joining AFC, he worked at Hands-On Ventures, a private equity firm in Mumbai. He holds an MBA in finance and also a CFA charter. And I would like to request Ruchi to share his experience in Sri Lanka, because we call him a Sri Lankan guru. So he has been going through the total transition of the Sri Lankan market for the last 3 years. So I believe that he will share some of his experience, that how Sri Lanka is coming back from a very, I would say, odd situation just 3 years back. Ruchi, over to you.
Thank you, Saiful, and thank you, BRAC EPL, for having me over here. It's a great honor to be speaking to so many distinguished guests. Before talking about Sri Lanka, I'll talk about my experience in Bangladesh, so I think that's more important. So I've been covering frontier markets since 2013. I remember being very excited about Bangladesh, 12 years ago, because it was, GDP growth was, 6% plus. You had a large young population. Things were going pretty well. And I'm from India originally, so kind of resonated with me, seeing India 15, seeing the growth story in India, from 2000 onwards, how it's done pretty well. So you were doing 6% plus GDP growth between, the 2010 to 2017, 18. So, for us as an investor in Bangladesh, between 2013 to 2017, 18, things were going pretty smoothly. You still have had that time also very well-run companies. Economy was doing well. There was not too much of regulatory burden on many sectors, at least until then. So things were going pretty smoothly. I think to put in the Sri Lanka context, things, all the negative events or negative consequences don't happen in 1 year or 2 years. It takes over a period of time, like we saw in the case of Sri Lanka. So I think, foreign investor confidence at least started ebbing for Bangladesh, at least in our opinion, or in my opinion, from 2018-19 onwards. There was talk about interest rate caps coming in, which eventually did happen when the pandemic struck. I remember in 2020, the stock exchange was shut for about 1 month, or a little more than a month. So investor confidence took a hit because of these issues in the banking sector. From the stock market regulator perspective, you had regulatory overhangs in the telecom sector. So very important sectors, which are very important in the stock market. They were high weight in the index, or had regulatory burdens. You had some of these issues. And of course, growth started slowing down. So you had, from the period from 2020, 2024, a lot of negative consequences all adding up, which eventually led to the events of last year. And that takes me to Sri Lanka story. Sri Lanka had not just 1 or 2 tough years. To end of 2018, they had a constitutional crisis. In 2019, they had the Easter Sunday attacks, which affected tourism. And then in 2020 and 21, you had the pandemic, which again affected the world economy and the tourism sector as well. And then 2022, obviously, that led to the events of 2022, political protests and change in government, similar to what happened in Bangladesh last year. At the same time, when all these events happen, people think very negatively, people are not very optimistic, there's a lot of pessimism on the ground amongst investors. But just from an investor's perspective, those are probably very good opportunities just from a long-term view. Because firstly, on a bottom-up basis, companies, both in Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, I would say in general, in the frontier and emerging market universe, are very well-run. Fundamentals are very stable. So yes, there are issues in the banking sector in Bangladesh, but you have companies in the consumer space, some of the well-run banks in telecom. Fundamentals are very stable. The point I'm making is valuations in Sri Lanka bottomed out end of 2022. I remember the PE ratio of the whole market was about 4 times at the end of 2022, beginning of 2023. And you had a similar situation of high inflation, high interest rates. And of course, Sri Lanka had an even tougher time. In fact, they defaulted on their sovereign debt. Bangladesh has not defaulted on any kind of government or public debt. And things started improving from then, from I would say mid-2023. Inflation came down quite significantly because interest rates were raised quite aggressively, similar to what is happening in Bangladesh now. And you saw kind of the investor enthusiasm coming back, economic activity picking up, exports doing well, remittances doing well, currency stabilizing. So you saw a pretty strong stock market recovery over the last 2.5 years in Sri Lanka because not because the macro indicators stabilized in terms of inflation, interest rates, exports, remittances, tourism earnings, but more importantly, confidence came back, right? So I think that's the critical part. I mean, you can have a great economy, great companies, a lot of potential for pharmaceuticals, infrastructure, consumer, a large young population, but if you can't create stability and confidence within not just foreign investors, but within your own domestic economy, the economy won't take off, or the confidence won't come back. And I think one critical point has been in Sri Lanka, they've got the stability back. They had successful elections last year, which was, I think, a turning point for the country. So besides just, stable macro environment and stable policies, things coming back from macro perspective, they had very successful elections, which led to a very strong political platform for the country. So what you have in Sri Lanka now, which was not present for the last, I would say, 5 or 7 years, you have a very strong macro environment and a very strong political environment, which is why it's not just about the stock market, which is why you've seen a lot of confidence come back amongst the consumers, amongst the corporates. You speak to any bank in Sri Lanka now, they're talking about 15-20% loan growth, GDP growth every quarter is well ahead of expectations. So for me, this resonates, the Bangladesh story now resonates with Sri Lanka. Especially given what's happened in the last 3 or 4 years. You have inflation now coming off. It's still a bit sticky, but it's coming off. Interest rates have peaked out in my view. Valuations are at the bottom, like many speakers have mentioned. If you look at the P multiple for the MSCI Bangladesh index at about 9.7 times versus 16, 17 times 5 years ago. But incrementally, you're seeing positive. Remittances are strong. Exports have come back. The current account is in surplus. So all those positive indicators are in place. So in my view, the positive catalysts are in place for Bangladesh to see a near-term re-rating in its stock market. I think what will really drive more confidence amongst investors is once the elections or there's more political clarity next year, eventually. And that could potentially be a turning point for, I would just say, not only for the stock market, but potentially for the country as well. So all those things put together, you could see a pretty good run from economic perspective in Bangladesh for the next couple of years. But this comes back to my earlier point. I think building confidence or giving confidence to investors, especially foreign investors, especially of the events of the last few years in terms of floor price limit, interest rate caps, all the other issues in the telecom and banking sector. If the regulators or if in general the authorities can give confidence to investors that there can be a stable operating environment in the country with a long-term view, then then I think this talk about the next 12, 18 months being good for Bangladesh is not right. I think the next 5, 6 years should be good for Bangladesh if you can build that stable environment, because the platform has been set. You've got the demographics, you've got the size, you've got the economy. So nothing should stop Bangladesh from meeting its potential with a long-term view if you can bring that stable policy environment in place. I think that's the critical point, besides just the opportunities in various sectors. So with that, I think I can hand over back to Saiful and look forward to hopefully getting more returns from Bangladesh. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruji. Thank you very much. We all have been waiting to hear from our guest of honor, but before that, I would like to hear from some of our distinguished guests. And to start with, I would like to request Mr. Barrister Fuad, who is with us. He's the General Secretary of AB Party and one of the most popular political leader among the young folks. So I would like to hear from Mr. Barrister Fuad that what they are thinking about the stock market going forward. Thank you.
Thanks, dear hosts, ladies and gentlemen, of course, our best friends and development partners from Japan. When I was listening to the presentation of Masur Bhai, it took me, because as a student of history, that took me to 16th and 17th century, why the East India Company was registered in 1600 in London Stock Exchange, and then they decided to trade in India. And if anybody looks back to the history of the Bengal Delta, it was the richest province of that time. 1600, 1700, 1800, Mughal Empire used to produce around 26 to 28% of the global GDP. And out of the Mughal Empire, the Bengal Delta was the richest of all provinces. It itself used to produce 13 to 14% of the global GDP. And the kind of things that drove the Delta into so much prosperity at that time, it was the aspiring people of the land. It was innovation. If anybody was familiar with history, muslin was the lucrative things for the royal families of the Western European capitals. And the kings and the queens, princes used to order for 11 months in waiting to have that muslin for their wedding. So that was the things that Bengal used to produce. Atlantics, Pacifics, and all the forces used to fight for influence around, have the boats and the ships for the kind of warships equivalent of the time used to be produced in Bangladesh or the Bengal Delta, historical Bengal area. So we, despite all the challenges, our history is full of suspenses and adventures. Yes, there are times that we fell back, we had difficulties, but it is inherent with our land and the people that we rise again like the phoenix, again and again. We keep ourselves moving. We dream of the things that no one else dreamt. There is a historian, Gokhale used to say it, what the Bengal used to think today, India thinks tomorrow. That's the kind of intellectual advancement that the Bengal Delta had in our history throughout centuries. So yes, there are difficult times, but I can assure, and you can see all the political parties, Kostuba is here, and hopefully the next finance minister of the country, and he can assure, and other political activists, that we're all here to confirm that investments, investors, safety, deregulation, investment, climate improvement, all of the things that is required, and in particular, of course, getting the capital market flow in favor of the people, not for the oligarchs. These are the things that, of course, we agree to it, we have fought for it, we talked about it, and there is no going back things. So I thank the organizers, the host, for bringing our Japanese friend back into business, and we're here, we are going to fight for you as well on the streets. So the better climate, the better trading environment are given by the state and the government of today and the future governments. So we are all together to have that political stability, and our learned, one of the friends at the panel was saying, no more violence. Well, of course, human history is full of violence. We simply know no country, not even the Europe. I lived in London for many years. No, not any of the countries can assure of that. And of course, given the high level of young population yet unemployed, graduate unemployment, there's a lot of things here. So simply these are not things that we can tell you like the biblical truth. This is going to happen. But of course, we are on board. There is no disagreement of your expectations, and we're going to fight that on the streets and in a democratic process. So climate of investors, the things they expect from us are not breached. They're there, and the mass uprising happened last year should be the last one in our history. So investment, trade, business are the foremost priorities in the coming years. Thanks, host and everybody. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, sir. I would like to invite now Mr. Selim Aref Hossain, former BRAC Bank MD. We all know him. He was the MD and CEO of BRAC Bank from 2015 to 25. He previously led IDLC Finance and held senior roles at ANZ, Greenless and Standard Chartered. So we'd like to hear from him about the banking reform and the banking sector going forward, because we can see that the foreign investors have keen interest in the banking sector, and we believe that he's the best person to speak about the banking sector from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Saiful Bhai. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All of you know, of course, that the banking sector is one of the biggest challenges that this country has. Importantly, it has been recognized, and there are multiple initiatives going on to fix all this. Very recently, I think it was just a couple of days ago, that one of the policy think tanks of the country produced an assessment of the last 365 days of this interim government. And I am happy to say that the area of the banking sector, the central bank initiatives, actually came out green, right on tap. So the fact that the banking sector has been stabilized to a great extent, of course there is enormous work to do, but those work streams are also in place. The fact that the overall macroeconomic environment has been stabilized in terms of the balance of trade, in terms of the stabilization of the foreign currency itself, in terms of the reserves, in terms of the allowing exchange rates to become market-based, which is a big change over the last many years. All that is a big, big positive. Nevertheless, there is an enormous amount of work to do. But the central bank and the governor is doing a pretty good job. They have three large areas that they're working on. One is the strengthening, the capacity building of the central bank itself. The other is an assessment of the real situation, the gap in the banking sector. Most of that work is also almost done. And the last, of course, is an asset recovery effort that is also doing quite well. If you look at the newspapers for the last couple of days, some of us will have noticed that a few large assets in Europe have been recovered, haven't yet been recovered, but the litigation process is quite favorable to Bangladesh. So there is a lot of that needs to still be done. So directionally, everything is still very good. A lot of challenges ahead. Nevertheless, we are quite confident under this central bank and this governor, who certainly is a big success. There's not much more I'd like to say. May I make one comment to this August gathering? Earlier today, a few colleagues, friends from the stock market sector, if I may use that term, mentioned that one of the reasons that the capital markets in Bangladesh are not doing well is because the money market, so the banking sector has taken over a lot of the liquidity. The fact of the matter is, I think the capital market itself, and particularly the regulators, need to take a long, hard look at themselves. What do they need to do to make it much more attractive for the many hundreds of scrips, good stocks, good companies in Bangladesh to become listed? There are at least a dozen companies with multi-billion-dollar sales in this country who are not yet listed on the Bangladesh stock indexes, either Chittagong or Dhaka. Now, why is that so? It is simply that they do not find it beneficial. The costs outweigh the benefits. So it is up to the government, the regulators, to find ways to attract all these Bangladeshi stocks into the stock market itself. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Saiful Bhai.
Thank you, Selim Bhai. So we have heard the perspective of a managing director. Now we would like to hear something from the banking sponsors or owners or the banking board. I would like to request Mr. Abdullah Sarkar. Mr. Sarkar is the chairman of Bangladesh Association of Banks, BAB, and also the chairman of Dhaka Bank. We all know that he founded Purbani Group, a leading textile conglomerate, and served as president of BTME. He holds a master's degree from the Dhaka University in management, and also he is a founding trustee of Independent University. Mr. Abdullah Sarkar, please.
Distinguished presence, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, actually I am not prepared to speak few words in here, as I have not been told before that I have to speak or something. But anyway, since I am requested to speak something, so I am taking. What I understand is that the whole seminar has been arranged to invite foreign investor in the capital market, if I am right. So our capital market actually very hungry for investment from outside, in order to wipe out, in order to replace the foul player in the capital market from retail development. So I think the foreign investor like if Japanese people invest in the stock market here, definitely the market will be, I'm sure it will come up. And the local infrastructure, right now the government in power, they are very much, bringing changes in overall system in Bangladesh right now, both the economic sector, financial sector, and industrial sector. Every place they are taking a lot of good steps to carry forward our industrial sector and financial sector on right track. So for which all the supporting people around also require their support to help us to improve our overall financial and industrial investment in here. And our stock market is still very backward, I have to say that, and most of the foul games are played in there. So my appeal to the Security Exchange Commission, while allowing any companies to come to the stock market, they should double check the people who want to enlist themselves in the stock market to sell their shares. So that is one of the areas I think we should be very, very cautious in recommendation and approval of companies to come into the stock market, because we have to see the background of the company. When they come to the stock market, we have to see that how long this company is going to be on right track. So this kind of, we require double checking on these kind of things. Once the good stock come into the market, definitely the genuine people are also interested to invest in the stock market. So it will finally help. This is stock market is the barometer of the economy of the country. So stock market we have to try to promote properly with all the supporting factors so that the local and foreign investor become interested. So I think I'd like to prolong my word, because lunch is very nearing now. A lot of people may be starving for lunch. So I, with this big word, once again, wish very successful conclusion of this seminar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we all know that we have been going through the massive macroeconomic reforms, and fortunately we have one of the economists here who has been involved with many reforms, economic reforms that we are going through. May I request Dr. Zahid Hussain for 2 minutes just to let the investors know that what are the reforms that we are going through. Dr. Zahid Hussain is a former lead economist at the World Bank, specializing in macroeconomics, trade and investment. He holds a PhD and MA in political economy from Boston University and an MBA from IBA Dhaka. He has also served as a director at BRAC Bank and BRAC EPL. Thank you.
Saifur, for putting me on the spot without notice. I have heard a lot of observations about how the economy is doing, so I don't have much to add in that respect. But looking at the investors here, I'm sure you've come with expectations about opportunities in Bangladesh market. One thing that I can advise is that if you want to invest in Bangladesh's capital market, you have to be prepared to play the long game, not short-run, footloose type of investments. And by long, I don't mean long enough when we are all dead. I mean, not too short. If you have an investment horizon of, say, 3 to 5 years, you will probably, nobody can guarantee returns, but if you hold on, you will probably be ahead in terms of your returns. So with that, I wish you all the best of luck. I mean, the global economy is going through a very volatile period, and we hope this will calm down eventually, and the stock markets will find their usual rhythm, not just in Bangladesh, but elsewhere around the world. And once we have global normalcy, I think the Bangladesh markets will catch up the deficiencies that it had in the past. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jahid bhai. So now we are a conclusion. Now we like to conclude the session with the, and we should hear something from our guest of honor, Mr. Amir Khosrow Mahmood Chowdhury, who doesn't need an introduction, but as we have many foreign investors, so I should say something about him. Mr. Chowdhury is a distinguished business and political leader with a legacy in trade policy and capital market development. He has been an elected member of parliament, MP during 1991 to 2006, and was the Minister of Commerce of Bangladesh. He is also the founding chairman of the Chittagong Stock Exchange, former president of Chittagong Chamber of Commerce and Industries, and the first president of Federation of South Asian Exchange. I would like to invite Mr. Amir Khosrow Mahmood Chowdhury on the mic. Thank you.
Thank you, Saiful. I'd like to congratulate, first of all, BRAC EPL for organizing this event today, perhaps at a time when the country is at a crossroad, politically, economically, and otherwise. And bringing such a large delegation from Japan, and Japanese friends are here. I welcome all our friends from Japan. Arigatou gozaimasu. I don't know if I pronounced it rightly or not, but that's the best I can do. You have heard so much from the previous speakers about the capital market and future of capital market in Bangladesh, and how investors should find Bangladesh in the future economic perspective. One thing I can assure you right now, in Bangladesh, not just the politicians, people across the board, the uppermost on their mind is the economy of the country. And Bangladesh economy is not going to be a beginning. We have had a fairly good beginning post-liberation, 1972, 73, 74 onward, particularly. The country transformed from command economy to market economy, one-party system to multi-party democracy. A lot of political reforms and economic reforms that saw Bangladesh over the years, as some previous speakers mentioned, 6% growth rate on average. And Japanese have had a footprint very strong footprint in Bangladesh. So they are not coming here for the first time. They are well invested in Bangladesh, starting from the large industries to infrastructure. And Japan has been the largest bilateral donor for Bangladesh. I think it still is. So when we left the government last, the growth rate was 7.06%. And the curve was looking like this, upward. Of course, it was disrupted over the last decade and a half. And then the mass uprising. But the economy, resilience is so good. Bangladesh withstood all this and still carrying on after so many upheavals, turbulences, recovering, turning around very fast. The reason is one. The reason is Bangladesh's economic foundation is very strong. Because we have been able to make some reforms bearing in mind the market to operate freely. And that brought in a lot of private sector investment from within and from outside. Bangladesh is the first country in this whole of South Asia to set up economic zones, export processing zones. Bangladesh is the first in South Asia to go for free market economy and private sector-led growth. So the emphasis was on the private sector. And they are the only ones who can drive the economy. This was the faith in the economic planners of Bangladesh. And that has paid dividend. And private sector came up in large numbers. Example is Bangladesh ready-made garments, textiles, leather sector, seafood sector, and many others. And the policy of, the reform policies of deregulating also paid dividend. Through that, Bangladesh economy not had done fairly well, fared quite well, but the social sector has done very well. Bangladesh's social indicator is about the best in South Asia today. I repeat, Bangladesh's social indicators are the best in South Asia. Because it reflects that how the economy also had taken care of people in general. Poverty alleviation, women's empowerment, and all the rest of it have done very, very well in Bangladesh. And this is why the foundation of this economy is so strong and withstood all this turbulence that Bangladesh has gone through. So that gives us the confidence that with the new government, democratic order back in the country, everybody's on their uppermost on their mind how the economy is going to do. Believe me, we are all focused on economy right now. And for economy, capital market is inevitable. I agree. The capital market should have done a lot better as much as the economy had done in the past. That has not been fully achieved. So the gap the capital market could have fulfilled supporting the economy has not happened as much as it was expected. As a result, there was heavy borrowing from the high street banks. And that's a mismatch. Clearly, the high street banks' deposits are basically mostly on short-term basis. And capital market lending is short-term, long-term basis. So there's a huge mismatch of financial order, and that cost us dearly in our financial sector. So the now focus, because it's very relevant to today's discussion, now the focus is on our capital market. Where do we go from here? And this huge gap of financing, where does the capital market come in? And this is a very interesting scenario. This is where we all come into the new playbook for our economic development. Unless we develop capital market, we really cannot come out of this financial issues that we have had recently. Of course, that happened through an economy of patronization, oligarchy, and all that. That didn't help. Now, we have to address very seriously how we go ahead with our capital market. And I'm so glad that our friends have come at a time when we are planning big. I think our friend from Japan mentioned that Bangladesh needed turbocharger, you know. I can assure you, I think turbocharger is going to be in place in Bangladesh. It is going to be in place. And we are fully committed, going forward, how to address the issues of capital market. Because we didn't have enough blue chips companies coming into the market. We didn't have institutional investors coming in the way that they should have done. We did have a lot of retail investors, of course. And of course, all the frontier funds and the emerging funds was coming, but somehow wasn't enough to build up the depth of the capital market. Unfortunately, as I said, the GDP market cap ratio, we are one of the lowest, unfortunately. Although this is surprising how the economy has done well, 6% growth rate, 7%, 7.06 when we left the government, that did not reflect in the capital market. And that should have happened, quite honestly. Now, this is the time that we are addressing it. We need to create the depth in the market. We need good companies to come into the market. We need institutional investors, retail investors, of course. Oh, okay. I've been requested to speak in Bengali because the press is complaining. I'll come to that, okay. I'll do that at the end of it. So we need to have a lot of, we need to create a sovereign fund. We need to create corporate funds. We need to have green funds. And this is all people have been talking. Because what brings me to this subject, I'm getting a lot of fund managers coming to Bangladesh right now. And they are all, even the mission chiefs in Dhaka are talking about the funds, the bonds and equities. We need to, equity is on its, Bangladesh has had another problem, by the way, that over the last decade and a half, we saw a lot of the economic dependency really happened with debt and printing money. So you can imagine when you go for such option, for printing money and the debt-based economy, so it's not sustainable. Now we have to move from the debt-based economy and printing money into investment-based economy. And this is where you come in, my friends. I think we are ready for sovereign bonds, we are ready for corporate bonds, green bonds, and all other portfolios or products that capital market needs in Bangladesh. Because the gap, as I mentioned, is very big right now. Between the high state borrowing and the capital market, what should have happened? This is where you all come in. Bangladesh is we are ready for a boom, I can tell you this. But in order that to happen, this mismatch we have to come out of, and we have to fill in with the proper portfolios in the economy. And for that, there is a political consensus, as you have heard the speakers. As for my party was founded purely on the value of democracy and free market economy. And we have been patronizing the private sector-led growth right from the beginning. Our motto is the private sector-led growth, and that is sustainable. And I can promise you for capital market in the future, the next government, whoever comes, but if we come, we will fully own the capital market. Absolutely. No question about it. And any reforms needs to be done will be done. Any reforms. We are going to be a highly deregulated economy. We are going to be the trading post, welcome, open, 24/7. This is the environment Bangladesh is going to have in the future. And we're fully committed to this. I'm saying it day in, day out, the same thing over and over and over again. Just to drill through everybody's head, including politicians and the rest of the stakeholders, to own it and go forward. I can assure you, this is the Bangladesh we are waiting for. A boom is coming. Turbocharger is in place. So our Japanese friends, I can assure you, we will be with you all the way. And Japanese have a good footprint in Bangladesh as it is. We have worked with them together bilaterally, and all the private sector that came, they have all done well in Bangladesh. So I'll end with this. For the press, I have to say a few words in Bengali. Excuse me for that. বাংলাদেশ এখন ইকোনমিকে উচ্চ পর্যায়ে নিয়ে যাওয়ার জন্য প্রস্তুত। বাংলাদেশ এখন বিনিয়োগকারীদের দেশে বিদেশের সব বিনিয়োগকারীদের সাথে নিয়ে আগামী দিনের বাংলাদেশের জনগণের যে আকাঙ্ক্ষা, যে প্রত্যাশা জেগেছে, সেটা পূরণ করার জন্য প্রস্তুত। এবং ইতিমধ্যে নির্বাচনের খবর দেশে বিদেশে সব জায়গায় চলে গিয়েছে। সবাই নির্বাচনের অপেক্ষায় ছিল। যেহেতু নির্বাচনের খবর ছড়িয়ে পড়েছে, দেশের মধ্যে উদ্যোক্তারা প্রস্তুতি নিচ্ছে, দেশের বাইরের উদ্যোক্তারা প্রস্তুতি নিচ্ছে, যার ফল আজকে আমরা এখানে দেখতে পাচ্ছি। আজকে বিশাল একটা ডেলিগেশন জাপান থেকে আসছে বাংলাদেশে বিনিয়োগ করার উদ্দেশ্যে। সুতরাং আগামীর বাংলাদেশে বিনিয়োগের মাধ্যমে আমরা ওই টাকা ছাপানোর থেকে, ঋণ নেওয়ার থেকে বাংলাদেশের অর্থনীতিকে বিনিয়োগের দিকে নিয়ে যাব আগামী দিনে। এবং বিনিয়োগ হচ্ছে একমাত্র আনসার। বিনিয়োগের বাইরে গিয়ে অন্য কোনো উপায়ে অর্থনীতিকে সাস্টেইনেবল, টেকসই করা যাবে না। এবং আমরা সকালে মিলে সেই কাজটা করতে যাচ্ছি, সেই প্রস্তুতি নিচ্ছি আগামী দিনের বাংলাদেশের জন্য। দেশি বিনিয়োগ, বিদেশি বিনিয়োগ এবং ক্যাপিটাল মার্কেটকে আমাদেরকে উচ্চ পর্যায়ে নিয়ে যেতে হবে। কারণ ক্যাপিটাল মার্কেট ব্যতীত আসলে লং টার্ম ফাইন্যান্সিং সম্ভব নয়। এখানে আমি একটু যোগ দিচ্ছি, আই এম জাস্ট সরি, আই এম স্পিকিং ইন ইংলিশ। লট অফ because of there was absence of strong capital market, you see everybody, every penny, every dollar, every taka was coming out government exchequer. Government is not supposed to government is not supposed to spend all the money. The capital market is there to fund it. Like the autonomous bodies in Bangladesh, they must operate like an enterprise, like the Biman. They must operate like an enterprise. Why should the government exchequer fund for purchasing Biman? They can go to the capital market. The municipalities, there are municipal bonds function everywhere. Why can't we float the municipal bonds? Municipalities are profitable enterprises. They have so many profitable enterprises which can be funded by the bonds, municipal bonds. Like that, government exchequer should not be overloaded with all this expenditure. They should all go to the capital market. So if we can do that, you'll find that there will be enough for the social sector, for the upliftment of our poverty and our infrastructure investment and other areas. So the economic structure has to change. We cannot function with the old economic structure. Bangladesh has a great potential with artisans. You know, Bangladesh have artisans all around the country. And their product is never monetized. We like to monetize their products. We like to give them technical support to designing, with the input they need, with branding, with selling platforms like Amazon and Alibaba. One village, one product is not an invention for any. It's happening all over the world. People are working from home, selling direct through Alibaba and through Amazon. আমাদের দেশের এই সম্ভাবনা গ্রামে গঞ্জে যারা আছে তাদেরকে সবাইকে তার জায়গায় ইকোনমিতে ইনভলভ করতে হবে। তাদের প্রোডাক্টগুলোকে আমরা ব্র্যান্ড করতে হবে, টেকনিক্যাল সাপোর্ট দিতে হবে, অর্থনৈতিক সমর্থন দিতে হবে। এবং এইগুলো সারা বিশ্বে সরাসরি এক্সপোর্ট হচ্ছে এখন। ওই ঢাকাতে আসতে হবে না, চিরঙে যেতে হবে না তো। You don't have to come to big cities anymore. Things have changed. People are working from home. And there is a less of migration, pressure on big cities. বড় বড় শহরের উপর চাপ কমে যাবে। So this is another aspect of economy we are looking at. We have named it creative economy. This creative economy will embrace a large section of Bangladeshis who have been left out of the economic activities in the past. They'll all be taken to the economic activities. They'll all be participants. So, as I said, Bangladesh is ready for the boom. Turbocharger is in place. Let's go forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. To echo with the audience, the would-be finance minister, thank you once again. So we are coming to a conclusion. Thank you for being with us today. We'll take a lunch break. Riti, over to you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Amir Khosru Mahmood Chaudhary, guest of honor, to Dr. M. Mashur Riaz, to Mr. Mohammad Saifuddin, CFA, to Mr. Takao Hirose, and to Mr. Ruchir Desai. Thank you once again for being part of our Foreign Investor Summit 2025 Bangladesh Capital Market, an unsung story of growth and opportunities. We now move on for lunch. Please enjoy the hospitalities, and we'll return at 2:15 p.m. for our corporate presentations from leading firms in banking, pharmaceuticals, and industrial innovation. We'll have Prime Bank PLC, Citibank PLC, Beximco Pharmaceuticals Limited, Lafarge Wholesale Bangladesh, and BRAC Bank PLC. Thank you all for being present in our Foreign Investor Summit. Please enjoy your lunch. Thank you. And founder of Chittagong Stock Exchange, to kindly come on stage to hand over the token of appreciation to our guest of honor. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our guest of honor. We would like to request Ms. Faima Chaudhary to kindly hand over the token of appreciation to Dr. M. Mashur Riaz, Chairman and Founder, Policy Exchange, Bangladesh. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Dr. M. Mashur Riaz. We would like to request to hand over the token of appreciation to Mr. Mohammad Saifuddin, CFA, Commissioner, Bangladesh Securities and Exchange Commission. Now a token of appreciation to Mr. Takao Hirose, Managing Director, Contextual Investment LLC. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And now a token of appreciation to Mr. Ruchir Desai, CFA, Fund Manager, Asia Frontier Investments Limited. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. We now proceed on to lunch, after which we will start with the corporate presentations from leading firms in banking, pharmaceuticals, and industrial innovation. Please enjoy your hospitality. Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, now we'll start the corporate leadership and capital strategy presentation, banks, pharmaceuticals and industry innovation. I would like to request all of you to kindly take your seat. We are about to start the corporate presentation. Thank you.
「皆様大変お待たせいたしました。これより午後の部のプレゼンが始まります。お席へお戻りください。
We now enter a dynamic segment that showcases the leadership and forward strategy of Bangladesh's leading corporates across banking, pharmaceuticals, and industrial innovation. In this session, each presentation will be followed by a Q&A segment. Our team members will be nearby throughout the session. If you have any questions, our officers will hand over the microphone to you. You may raise your hand during the Q&A segment. Let us all begin with the corporate leadership and capital strategy. Now we welcome on stage Mr. Mohammad Mahbubur Rahman, Additional Managing Director and CFO, Citibank PLC. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Citibank PLC.
これよりモハンマド・マハブブル・ロホマン氏、アディショナルマネージングダイレクター CFO シティバンク PLC によるプレゼンを始めていただきます。午後のプレゼンですが Q&A セクションがあるため、ご質問がある方は挙手の方をお願いいたします。マイクをお届けいたします。通訳が必要な方は通訳お願いしますと一言お願いいたします。では午後もよろしくお願いいたします。
Ladies and gentlemen, before we start our corporate presentation, each presentation will be followed by Q&A segment. Our team members will be here nearby. You may raise your hand for any question. Our officers will hand over the microphone to you.
午後の部ですが、Q&A セクションがございます。質問がある方は、挙手の方をお願いいたします。マイクをお届けいたします。翻訳が必要な方は、翻訳が必要ですと日本語で一言お願いいたします。通訳が現場へ向かいます。
Hello.
For the Japanese delegates, we also have the Japanese translators. If you have any question, you can raise your hand. Our Japanese translators will be here to guide you.
ঠিক আছে।
Let us all welcome on stage from Citibank PLC, Mr. Mohammad Mahbubur Rahman, Additional Managing Director and CFO. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Citibank PLC.
পানি আছে?
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the second session of the program. First, I'd like to convey the sincere apology on behalf of our Managing Director, Mr. Mashwa Arifin, for not being able to attend this program due to certain unforeseen situation. In my presentation, we'll try to present about the information about the macroeconomic condition, the way Citibank see at this moment, and also we'll also explain the position of Citibank, how it can be it can actually facilitate investment opportunity for you. You can look into the portfolio investment, and also you can utilize Citibank's capacity to expand your business in Bangladesh. So first, I'll start with the macroeconomic landscape of the country. Probably you are aware of it, but just quickly, I'll just go through it. So definitely, what actually you have learned during the first session, that we are looking for economic boom, and for that we have started a lot of reforms, and we all think as a local bank that days ahead offers a lot of opportunity for all of us. Why actually you should consider your future investment in Bangladesh? First, we always talk about our strategic location, the young population, macroeconomic resilience, growing industries, and government policy and support. Always the government wants to support all kind of private and local and foreign investment in the country. If you talk about the strategic location, we have regional connectivity. We have 3 operational ports, and country is going to have deep sea ports soon. And we have long coastline. And again, because of that, we have 3 operational seaport, and also we have 10 land ports. So this ensures connectivity with the regional business areas. And then this slide is, I think, actually it shows the main strength of this country, the demography. Bangladesh is known as having young demography, and 60% of the population is still young. So that's why the local consumption is growing, and it's going to grow rapidly in coming days. Because when this young demography will join in the job market, their income will improve, grow, and definitely they will become a big consumer in coming days. So just already we have experienced quite tremendous income growth in our population. If you just see the income level of our population, which was around 11,500 taka yearly, and which has grown to 35,000 taka in 15 years. So it will grow more in coming days. So expense capacity also actually become triple in 15 years. And if just look at the other kind of feature of this population, 99% have the electricity access to the electricity. 75% actually of the population have access to the internet, and 70% access to the smartphone. This actually projects the prospect of digital transformation of the country. And mobile financial services only 40%. It also shows that if you want to think about digital financial solution for the country has huge untapped area. And only bank and financial institutions only covers 25% of the population. That's why this area, the good banks of this country is now working in this area to tap this huge opportunity because most of the population is not covered by banking service. So the good banks or already the strong banks in the country, they have started various projects, various transformation project to tap this market through digital transformation. And here actually our foreign investors have a huge opportunity. These are a snapshot of the major indicator of our economy. So GDP, you know that is already $460 billion GDP. And we are rated by all international credit rating companies. This is our sovereign rating, though it may not be that good at this moment, but considering all the challenges that we have faced in last few years, still we are having good rating, we think. And export is around $48 billion. It's growing at the rate 8.6%. Even considering all the global uncertainty, you know, because of we still are managing this growth. So we think that it again shows the resilience of the economy of the country. Remittance is one of the success of the country. Is growing around 26% year on year. So it reached $30 billion. And because of this, our external exposure has become quite strong. So that's why our FX, our foreign reserve, which has declined quite significantly in last 1 year, so it has again improved to around $27 billion, and it's improving nowadays because we have good growth in export, we have huge growth in remittance, and we are also managing import very prudently. Because of that, our current account deficit has come down from $6 billion to $400 million. Our GDP, which has declined in last few years, we again has come to around 5%, and historically, we have been managing GDP at more than 6% for a long time, and the country's macroeconomic condition, I think, is becoming quite strong. So again, we can expect that GDP will again grow more than 6% in coming days. Private sector credit growth is around 7%, which is not good. So that means there is a prospect of more growth in coming days. And import is around $64 billion. So what is the summary of this slide? The main summary is because of stability in the external factors of the country. The country's exchange rate situation has become stable. So at certain point of time, we had apprehension of having huge devaluation. We anticipated that the currency, our taka value might go up to 140 taka against dollar, but now it is around 121 taka, and central bank is following free float policy. So even with this, without intervention of central bank, the dollar rate is quite stable. I think this is one area which is very important for foreign investors, because you want to know whether your currency is stable or not. So it's stable, and central bank has done a tremendous job in last 1 year. So they have managed it, and now if you consider all the projection regarding export, foreign remittance, and import, you can easily say that you can easily develop confidence that this stability will remain for a certain time. Then this is the other area that capital market. We also talked about in the morning that how the capital market is not actually giving them adequate return for the investor. The P/E ratio of Bangladesh, average P/E ratio of the Bangladesh, you can see that it's around 9.7 or around 10. If you compare with other neighboring countries, especially Pakistan, is 17 taka. India is 22 taka. So our P/E ratio is one of the lowest in the region, in the capital market. So the investor who want to invest in the capital market, you can consider that part. And with the stability of the dollar exchange rate, and inflation is also being managed quite efficiently nowadays. So we can expect that the policy rate of the central bank will go down. So if policy rate go down the policy rate of the central bank goes down, then definitely there will be enough liquidity in the market. And once there is enough liquidity in the market, the capital market will definitely start to get a full correction, and the P/E ratio will improve. And even within this P/E ratio, there are many blue chip companies in the Bangladesh who have been constantly giving good return for a long time. But their P/E ratio, if you analyze the P/E ratio of, like, for example, Grameenphone, is around 12. Is one of the most profitable mobile company in the world. Their P/E ratio is 12. Citibank P/E ratio is around 3. BRAC Bank P/E ratio is around 7. So these all companies are giving very high return. For example, Citibank's ROE is 25%, is, I think, one of the highest in the region, but our P/E ratio is 3. BRAC Bank ROE is around 18%. So with this high, even these blue chip company are giving very high return, but still their P ratio is one of the lowest in the region. So this is the area also who wants to invest in the portfolio. You can easily consider that this area for your for investment. So these are some big companies who have been doing business in Bangladesh for a long time, very successfully. These are some of the major investors in the country. So you can be the next big investor for the country as well. These are some of the area. Actually, these are the kind of superstar in our economy. Ready-made garments, everybody knows that we are the one of the major exporter of ready-made garments. Agriculture sector is also quite big. Is also around 37% of the population workforce is working in this sector. Leather sector is the next sector we think. It's already become $2 billion domestic market. So it's growing continuously, and definitely there is scope for further export or export from this sector. Renewable energy is another area where actually you can also think about. Healthcare sector, definitely, with 180 million population. And health sector where actually we need more investment, more and more investment. Easily, this area you can consider for your next destination. And digital economy countries, already we have shown you that 70% of the population has smartphone. So, and we have quite this IT professional, number of IT professional is increasing quite dramatically in recent years with the development of many training centers, universities. So there is ample resource in the IT industry. So you can also think about investment in IT sector in Bangladesh. So just now I'll directly go to Citibank case. Why actually want to show the Citibank case? One is Citibank definitely can help you to deal with your investment in Bangladesh. Citibank has a very robust corporate banking service. We have one of the largest retail banking network. We are the #1 credit card player in the market. And we have also subsidiaries who can handle all kind of foreign investment in Bangladesh. So I will show you. So that is one part. And another part is already I've discussed about the, your portfolio investment opportunity in Citibank, as we are having one of the lowest PE in the market as a blue chip company. And also for your all kind of banking service, you can consider, think about Citibank. So Citibank is one of the first private commercial bank in the country. Gradually, we have transformed ourselves as one of the modern bank in the country. So I'm not going in every detail. So IFC is one of our shareholder. So they have a board representative in our bank. And then since 1983, we have been introducing a lot of things. So gradually, I'll actually discuss everything in next slides. So these are some competitive edge of Citibank. We are one of the oldest private commercial bank. IFC is our major shareholder. And we have very professional board. And we are the sole MX franchisee in Bangladesh. And we have enough dollar liquidity to support your foreign investment. So, and these are our other area. We are #1 in mobile banking in Bangladesh. And Citibank has been recognized by central bank as top sustainable bank in the country for last 5 years. So only 2 banks in the country who has got this recognition consecutively. We are rated by Moody's, so we got B2, which is highest attainable rate possible in the country, because the country's rating is B2, so we cannot exceed country's credit rating. And we are very value-driven organization that we practice global standard values in our organization. And we have developed a network all over the country. We have around 200 branches, 500 ATMs, and 500 agent points. And every day we're increasing our network. So if you need any service, any part of the country, you can definitely depend on Citibank. So these are the business area where we are focusing. Women banking, we think we are one of the leaders in the country. Islamic banking, we have also Islamic banking solution. If you need Sharia-based banking, you can also consider Citibank. We are one of the top bank in the country in retail banking area. And wholesale banking, where actually this area actually help you directly. Wholesale banking means actually we deal with all the corporate customer, foreign investors. We can provide foreign currency loan. We can deal with your investment in the country, and we can also give you service to remit your return and repatriation, all kind of return to your country. And we have custodian service. So also we are also very much focused in small and microfinance. We are the second largest microfinance provider in the country. As I've already told you, we are #1 in credit card. So when you, it's not just a corporate banking. When actually you will have investment in the country, you also need a lot of retail banking service as well for your employees. So Citibank is a bank which has all kind of financial solutions. See, under one umbrella, you'll get every solution. So CityTouch is the mobile banking solution. Already, this is the #1. CityLife is the internet banking solution for our corporate customer. Digital nano lending, Citibank again is the first bank in the country and the only bank in the country who's offering digital, very small loan, nano loan through fully automated AI-based solution. So already we have acquired 500,000 customers. And also, this is our kind of journey for the next revolution. We are engaging all the young population of the country through our website, Instagram, Facebook, and this will actually give us opportunity for digital banking expansion very quickly in coming days. Then we have subsidiaries, brokerage. We have brokerage. We have merchant banking. We have a company in Hong Kong to deal with trade business with Hong Kong and China. So if you need to open LC or bring raw materials from China, our Hong Kong office can help you. And our brokerage, they deal with the highest number of foreign investors in the country. So if you want to open your portfolio account, so you can come through our brokerage. And merchant bank, they can give you a solution to raise equity and other kind of fund. If you want to raise different kind of fund like bond, preference share, they can help you. And we have a remittance house, which is not that much relevant for you. So we have 4 subsidiaries. And here you can see that Citibank is growing consistently over the years. So in loan, we are growing around 12%. You see that, you have seen that the country's credit growth is around 7%, but our growth on an average is 12%. So we are growing faster than the country's credit growth. Deposit is the main strength for any bank. We are growing very fast in deposits. That means the people of the country believe Citibank. When some banks are having problems with their liquidity, Citibank is like flooded with liquidity. So this is the strength of the Citibank. Then this is the export-import business. So we are dealing with around $7 billion export-import business, and also deal with around more than $1 billion remittance business. So for any kind of export-import business, the Citibank is one of the major solution provider in the country. So NPL ratio is a very challenging area for the country. So, but Citibank is having very healthy NPL ratio, below 4% last year. So, and also provision coverage ratio is more than 100%. This shows that Citibank has the capacity to deal with risk. So it's a safe bank if you want to consider Citibank as your solution provider. This is the performance. The operating profit last year has grown by 210%. We have crossed $23 billion for the first time in the history of Citibank. And when actually country is having challenges, you know, there were major political movement in 2024. Even in this difficult year, we have actually exceeded all previous records. So if then profitability, also the net profit also, we have crossed 10 billion taka for the first time in the Citibank history, and the only two bank in the country who has actually crossed 10 billion taka profitability in last year. So this is the capital position, around 15% capital we are maintaining. That means it's very important for any bank to have a healthy capital. The Citibank is maintaining very healthy capital. So ROE, that actually I've already mentioned that Citibank return, you can see, is around 24%. It's one of the highest return, I think, for any bank in this region. So ROA is 1.6%. Earning per share is 7.5. So you can see, you can really understand yourself that how much profitable we are. Book value of the Citibank is 34 taka. So these are the area I not actually go into detail. Already I have told you that Citibank has recognized as one of the top sustainable bank in the country. We are very much green-focused bank. So you can see here that how fast we are growing in sustainable financing. It's a very much focused area, so you can depend on Citibank for any kind of green financing, like we can finance renewable energy, we can finance all kind of green initiative, and all kind of sustainable related financing. So Citibank is one of the champion in the country. So these are the major area. Like this is a very important area. We are the first bank in the country who have signed this net zero banking alliance of UNEP, and we have also submitted our roadmap to create net zero position by 2030. So these are the area where actually we have already invested in renewable energy, also solar power plant, wind power plant. We have already invested. These are our own activities to make the bank green, and these are the other areas where actually we have done well. These are the recognition by several global entity for our sustainable effort. So these are some of the recognition of the Citibank. We have awarded as recognized as best retail bank, and also for our women banking contribution in women banking, and also for our, especially in the SME area. So we have got this award last year. Then we have also recognized as the best bank by Finance Asia, and also MasterCard also recognized us as one of the best credit card solution provider for the country. And these are also some achievements, recognition of the bank. So for you, actually, what we are offering you, you can consider Citibank for managing your investment in Bangladesh. And also, if you want to invest in Citibank, also is also another lucrative area we think. So our wholesale banking unit, our brokerage house, our merchant bank subsidiary, all they can actually help you to manage your investment in the country. And here are the contacts who can actually deal with you directly. So you just keep this contact. So for your from bank side, Mesbahul Asif Siddiqui is Deputy Managing Director and Head of Wholesale Banking. He can give you all kind of corporate solution. And this is the contact of our CEO of City Brokerage. They can manage your NITA account, your custodian account to manage your portfolio investment. So with this, I'd like to end my presentation. Thank you for your patience hearing. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammad Mahbubur Rahman, Additional Managing Director and CFO of Citibank PLC. Does anyone have any question regarding Citibank PLC? Thank you all. We shall proceed on to our next corporate presentation. Now, join me welcoming Mr. Hassan Rashid, Managing Director and CEO of Prime Bank PLC. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Hassan Rashid, Managing Director and CEO of Prime Bank PLC.
Good afternoon. My name is Hassan Rashid. I'm the CEO of Prime Bank PLC. Good to see all of you folks and some of the people that I've worked with also in the past. So good to see all of you. So I know that I have 20 minutes, and then we need to have, if you have any question and answer. Basically, the presentation that I've prepared and want to show it to you evolves around Prime Bank. And there's a lot of slides about the economy and so forth. Since my previous presenter was done a fantastic job, so I will skip some of the common slide and I will try to focus on ones that are very pertinent to Prime Bank or to the industry. So for us, we just completed 30 years in the month of April, so we are a 30 years old bank. Primarily, the slogan is transforming together for a sustainable future. And the key is the bank stands for the people and for the country. We have covered this, I'm sure, in the previous slide, but just a brief, Bangladesh is a very resilient and rapidly growing economy with a diverse industry and a growing middle class with huge aspiration. And there's a reflection of the aspiration that comes from the July, our aspiration, and we saw how the people of Bangladesh rose up to change their life for a better future. In terms of workforce, 170 million, GDP is about $437 billion, and it's growing at about 5.8. And a few days back in a seminar, I was trying to do a calculation of back of the thumb. If the economy were to grow at 7% every year from 2025, within 13 years' time, rough and ready, it should reach about $1 trillion. And I'm here today in front of you to tell you a story about the opportunity that exists, at least with Prime Bank and within the industry, when the economy becomes $1 trillion. The bank started in 1995 The sponsors, about 38.35% stake, institution 32, general public 21, foreign 7.54. Out of the foreign 7.54, we have roughly 5% being held by Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund. Amongst the sponsors, just a brief note, they're pretty much well-known business conglomerates of the country. They're very, very successful in their own right, and they represent a lot of multinational companies, global leaders, and as a result, compliance has been in the DNA of the bank since day one. So which makes life for myself and my rest of the Mancom easy. The bank total assets roughly about 4.8 billion US as of June 2025. Customer base about 1 million plus. Loan portfolio about 2.7 billion. Deposit about 3 billion. We handle roughly about 5 billion of trades, which is roughly about 4.5% of the country's trade volume. And the NPL is about 3.75, which is at a declining state. Most importantly, out of the 1 million plus customers, we have 320,000 plus women customers. We have about 110,000 SMEs. And importantly, of all the transactions we do on a daily basis, 66% is done through digital channel. The strategic priorities or the pillars that drive the Prime Bank primarily are our investment in human resource. We think that's the most critical piece because in Bangladesh, the biggest challenge is we have a number of banks and number of branches, so it does put a lot of strain on hiring the best talent. So our intention and goal is to invest on our own people, and we want to make sure we have the best resources possible in the industry. Enhanced risk management framework, of course, with the rising NPL and the portfolio challenges, this is a critical piece. And it not only talks about the credit risk, but as well as ops risk and market risk. Digital transformation of the consumer business, operational efficiency, needless to say, because we want to improve our cost-income ratio. Our main engine on the loan side is the wholesale bank. So we want to make sure that we grow our wholesale banking business along with retail and SME. And of course, the sixth pillar being growing the SME business. These are some of the international organizations that we work with, including IFC, ADB, FMO, and IDB. And these are a host of banks through which we have large credit lines for correspondent banking business. The important part with working with IFC and ADB, FMO, is in initial years, they provided us the important piece, which is the liquidity for our offshore banking book. But over a period of time, they have helped us to improve our governance, our balance sheet strength, as well as improve the visibility when we go cross-border. Like my previous presenter, who's also a big competition for us, we do have managed to get some few international recognition, and I'm sure that this number will grow in the days to come. Just a quick snapshot on financial performance. As you can see, we have put in from 2021 to 2025. So the loan has grown, but this year we have grown a bit conservative given the market situation. We are focusing more on the liability side to make sure that the bank remains liquid. There's a huge investment on the government treasury bond and bill. The total asset of the bank is close to 5 billion US. So this gives you a bit of a snapshot of the operating revenue, which is on an upward trajectory. Also gives you the figure for June 2025, first half, which are all public information. And I can make them available to you if you so desire. So this is in terms of net profit and the EPS, which is obviously the bank is doing well. And so there is a reflection on the EPS side of things. Our return on assets is In June 2025, it is clocked 1.4. Return on equity is slightly over 20%. And net value, the share is in local currency is 35 against the current trading price today of 27. Our regulatory capital, our CAR is 17.72. This is one thing we want to ensure, and this is a directive I have from the board, that the bank needs to be adequately capitalized. And we want to maintain this kind of ratio going forward. Asset quality, you can see we had our fair share of challenges, and we are trying to make sure we address the NPL ratio by improving our underwriting standards, the credit monitoring, and so forth. But the other important element is the coverage ratio. So we want to make sure that additional coverage in terms of extra provisioning is being made every year so that the bank can build up a reserve so that in due course or sometime in future, if it's required, that the bank can use the reserve to address the issues. Hopefully that day will not come, but this is just part of caution. In terms of shareholders' information, this basically tells you the dividend. If you notice that it's a pretty steady dividend policy. From 21 to 23, we had 17.5. Last year, we had 20%, which is 17.5 cash, and 2.5% was on stock. In terms of market capitalization, the value of the franchise is about 250 million. Of course, the issue is every time the Taka takes a bidding, again, it depreciates, the valuation of the company does get impacted. So obviously this is the investment seminar, and I asked BRAC EPL, what would I be talking about? They said, you make a sales page for Prime. I said, okay, that's much better. And because I'm sure you have met few banks, and I'm sure you will be meeting more, your options are fairly wide. So I'm going to make the next 2-3 minutes a sales page is why it should be Prime. I think the financial piece is given. Okay, you will find banks here in Bangladesh who are doing far better than Prime. Okay, and there are other banks, you know, with whom we compete quite intensively. But apart from the financial part, which is given, I think there are few things we are trying to do which should help us in long run to differentiate us from the rest of the pack. So one is climate focus, okay? So the lending, the guiding principle is we want to make sure that our customers and the facility that we extend to them has a positive impact on the environment, okay? At least they're not polluting, there's not